Morning and a very beautiful way to ease into the weekend in Chin Band there with Sika, and that's a rendition of Lord Kenya, one of his hits songs. Sika tells you that no matter what you're looking for in this world, money, Bible says money is a defense. Money is also, wisdom is a defense, money is a defense. And so for most of you who are zooming into the weekend, yes, we need to have some good time. And yes, good morning. Welcome aboard GH today here on GHOne television. It's the Friday edition of the show, and it's the 9th day of May 2025. So, May started not long ago. Today is the 9th. Some way, somehow, the days are really kicking in so fast. But that's how life is. Life goes on with or without you. And so make sure that you make an impact in your life. This morning is going to be an exciting one. And as we do always on Fridays, I make sure that I hand over the microphones to you so you get to tell me exactly what's on your mind. The week has been packed from the courts, Kwabena Adu-Boahene, and all the murky stuff happening there in court. Then again, we also saw what happened with John Dramani Mahama, 120-day social contract with the people of Ghana. Yesterday, the NPP said it's been 120 bitter days under John Mahama. They also had their proponents there. And so much to talk about and so much to get into. Later on in the show, we'll be sitting with a gentleman. We'll be looking at the breakfast review segment where we are going to talk about all that has happened in the course of the week. Now, mind you, we have a very important interview also coming up, lined up for you. We'll be speaking to the former president of Mauritius. She'll be joining us in studio, and we'll get to understand exactly how her journey has been, how we can inspire women to do more and be more, and what the challenges have been for her. So it's a really packed and interesting show that you don't want to miss any part of. My name is Joshua Kodjo Mensah. Welcome aboard, and let's check out the quotes of the morning. So the quote of the day is from Vince Lombardi. He says, perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. So more often we get so hard on ourselves. We want to be perfect at what we do. He says that, well, that is not attainable. But when you go for that, it's like I said earlier in the course of the week, if you shoot for the moon and you miss, you fall in the stars. You get company in the clouds as well. So whatever it is, just make sure that you are hitting bullseye. You're going for the ultimate. And today I'm also excited about an interview we'll be having today. Ridwan Karim Dini Osman. So my brother and colleague here at EIB Network, he is breaking barriers and shattering glasses. So we'll have a conversation with Ridwan shortly on his new fellowship. The gentleman is going to Harvard. Yeah. He's going to Harvard for a year. We'll talk about that also shortly. But let's bring you a recap of all the words that we've learned during the course of the week.
Here is a recap of the words we brought you this week. Annihilate. Real. Blabbermouth.
I'm sure that you've been able to pick one or two words and you've improved your vocabulary this week. That's what we aim to do with the word of the day. But let's check out the video of the day. there with To Be a Man. Sometimes you ask yourself questions, but that is what being a man is all about. And yes, that's the video of the day. And it's time for you also to take over the microphone and let me hear from you exactly your thoughts on the issues that have traveled the course of the week. I mean, like I said, it's been a busy week. We've seen Kwabena Adu-Boahene also write from Yoko cells after he was remanded in Yoko custody for 7 working days. And then the National Service personnel, former National Service personnel, Adabla, has also been, she's been jailed for 45 days because of some disparaging comments she made about the judge, which were contemnous, and so she was held in contempt of the court and jailed for 45 days. Then we also saw John Dramani Mahama tell the good people of Ghana what he's been able to achieve within the first 120 days of his presidency. Yesterday, the NPP says all be lie. John Dramani Mahama, all that you've done so far is just for the optics of it, and there's no substance in terms of your commitment to the people of Ghana. So we heard from Alexander Kwabena and the Minority Caucus in Parliament yesterday also gave their version of what they say is the 120 bitter days under John Dramani Mahama. So these are the issues that gained prominence over the course of the week, and so let's get into the Inside Out segment now. All right, so very shortly, the phone numbers will be on your screens, and then you can also call me and let me know exactly what your thoughts are. But we've heard from President John Dramani Mahama on his assessment. He says that he's been able to achieve about 72% of the promises, the 25 promises he made to the people of Ghana. But yesterday at that press conference, the minority said, John Dramani Mahama, you've been a disappointment. We are even looking for the energy minister because Dumso has returned. And this time around, we have Dumso Pro Max. Let's listen to Alexander Kwabena at that press briefing yesterday.
Youth empowerment has now reduced to a mere PR stunt. President Mahama told our youth on January 7th, quote, "This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter. We are committed to creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, and employment," end quote. But those words now mock reality. The ambitious one student, one laptop policy of the MPP government has been shelved. In its place, a flashy, empty promises to train 1 million youth in coding without equipment, personnel, or infrastructure. Did we go or did we come? Governance has been reduced into theatrics and empty promises. Today, we, the mighty minority, boldly remind the president that the digital transformation cannot be downloaded onto our national digital network by beautiful speeches and launching ceremonies. And Ghana's youth deserve tools, not talking points. I repeat, the youth of Ghana deserve tools, not talking points. Power sector sabotage. From light to darkness. From light to darkness. When Ghanaians say let there be light, the NDC say let there be darkness. So we have a Dumso Pro Max. Darkness, darkness, darkness. Mr. President promised to fix Ghana's energy crisis. He accused his predecessor of failure. Although NPP came to meet Dumso and fixed the Dumso, yet during the campaign, Mr. President and his party rather accused MPP of not keeping the light on. But let's all be honest with ourselves. The last 120 days, we have seen persistent power outages, low voltage, and silence in the face of national inconvenience. Not a single moment, a single day, has the energy minister addressed the Ghanaian people on the energy crisis. Where is the energy minister? Is he lost in this darkness? we are taking a torchlight looking for the energy minister. We cannot find the energy minister. Mr. Energy Minister, where are you? Bring back our lights. A procedure, a practice as to how a justice of the Supreme Court is appointed is known. So why would the president write a letter that he's made appointment and urges that upon the Judicial Council to at all costs approve of same? This is very rich. The president and his government are not on a journey of reform. They are doing court packing. This is dictatorship disguised as democracy. And we, the minority, will not stand for it.
Right, so that's the mighty minority they call themselves, led by Osahin Alexander Kwabena Penyomaki. Now, he says that the government has been engaging in theatrics, yet he picked a microphone as a torch looking for the energy minister, who he says, has been lost in the darkness. Dumso Pro Max, he calls it. So that was one aspect of it, after John Dramani Mahama elucidated exactly what he's been able to achieve with regards to the promises he made to the people of Ghana. But let's check out the story on the NSB boss, Kwabena Adu-Boahene, who is writing from Yoko cells, talking about the fact that, we need to be very, very measured in how we go about this whole case of his being in, he's allegedly stolen 49 million cedis. That's according to the Attorney General. Dr. Dominic Ayene has told Ghanaians that the man in your shot there, the man in the kaftan with the beard, Kwabena Adu-Boahene, is accused of stealing some 49 million Ghana cedis with his wife Angela and investing in several property scattered across the capital, I should say. Now he says that, that is palpable falsehood. In fact, the boss of the Economic and Organized Crimes Office, Yoko, Raymond Archer, he is accused of, fabricating issues and distorting the fact. That's what Kwabena Adu-Boahene is saying, that the Yoko boss is distorting facts to create disaffection for him. He's also alleging that the government has paid some media bloggers, or some bloggers I should say, to also get their case very active and engaging on social media. He says that, if I break down the issues, you realize that I have not stolen anything. As a matter of fact, we spent the money that you are accusing me of stealing. Over 900,000 of that amount went to Parliament, the Defense and Interior Committee of Parliament, who were supposed to help in the formulation of an airline. Another 300,000 went into another, the Subsidiary Legislative Committee of Parliament, to also deal with same matters. And then over 8 million of that amount allegedly was used in procuring data collection, results tabulation equipment for opposition party. But then we do not know which opposition party. So it could be the NDC, the PPP, or all the parties that were opposition parties in the 2024 general elections. And then some 5 million was also spent on procuring some 3 vehicles, and those were received by the special aid to the president-elect in 2024. So that should be the special aid to John Dramani Mahama in 2024. So he lists all these things, and he says that, all these have national security implications. If we are supposed to be putting our operational matters to the fore, this clearly would not augur well for us as a country. But then we'll get to understand exactly how that pans out. Meanwhile, he's in a 7-day remand in Yoko offices because he's accused of allegedly tampering with witnesses. And the AG says, we need to put you in Yoko custody so that you will not be able to do that. And so the phone lines shortly would be on your screens. You can also call me and let me know exactly what your thoughts are on these issues that have run the full length on the media space this week. But we also know that on Monday we saw that demonstration and matters arising from that demonstration. But yes, so these are the issues. You can call the phone lines, which will be displayed on your screen shortly. And then you can also get interactive with me and let me know exactly what your thoughts are on the matter. Remember, when you do call, please lower the volume on your television and speak to me directly through your phones so that we can have that conversation. I have my first caller on the phone lines now. Hello there, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Saleh. I'm calling you from the Asaase region, to be precise.
Right, Mohammed, how is Wa this morning?
Oh, Wa is very fine.
Nice. So what's on your mind?
Okay, so before I go to the issue, I would like to use this opportunity to make a request. I'm a youth in Wa, and I think for a very long time, since the president took over 5 months ago up to now, I have this special proposal that I want to make to the president. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you. So what's that proposal?
I have this I want to make to the president, but
right.
I don't feel like I should just peel it away like that. So if anybody from the presidency is listening, there is a young man in Wa that has this special proposal for the government.
Right.
Yes. Now to the main issue. I think the 120 days of the president is evident for all Ghanaians to see. The president haven't delivered his speech on the night, and this after I saw the media men went into town and they started interviewing objective Ghanaians, and you could see how they explain things, how the president has come to transform their lives, and you just have to wonder, was this president actually in Ghana about some 7 months ago when Ghanaians were going through the turmoil, we were going through looking at it as life, and we just wonder how beautiful democracy is. I would like to use this opportunity to pray that may God grant the president long life and a good health. May God bring him more wisdom so that he can help to transform the Ghana agenda that he is already doing. And we, the ordinary Ghanaians, are already feeling it, and we wish that he will continue to go. Now, to the minority, of course, they have to stay relevant, and they have to do things to still be in the space. But in their quest or in their bid to do so, they keep getting it wrong. First, their thank you tour was something that they messed up. They didn't even listen to some of their colleagues, and they went through and look at how it ended. Now they went to their demonstration, and we all saw what happened. One of their prominent persons was involved in a tussle with a policeman and staff. Now they are giving us these statements also. See that they're also getting it wrong. Ghanaians can see in the line. When an ordinary Ghanaian is there and the person has seen the dollar appreciate this much, and who are telling us that it hasn't appreciated, when the Ghanaian has seen the lenient government being formed and the effect that is taking place, when Ghanaians are seeing how the president is taking place, president commanding his appointees here and there and trying to let them stay away from corruption, all these things, and the minority saying these 120 days are worse. I mean, this cannot be the case. So once again, the proposal I have, if I'll be given the opportunity to give the president, I'll be very happy. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you too, Mohammed, for calling all the way from Wa. You can also call the numbers on your screens, and then you can share your thoughts with me on the raising issues. Remember also that yesterday the Catholic Church globally got a new Pope. Pope Leo XIV is the new Pope for the Catholic Church and leader of the Vatican. And so, yes, the phone lines are on your screens now. You can also pick any of those numbers, put the call in, and let's get to hear from you on the issues that have traveled the course of the week. From Monday till date, I mean, so much has happened, and I'm sure that you also do have what you want to talk about, including the dreadful, shameful loss of Arsenal. Mutalaidusa, we should have shaved his head off yesterday, but we had mercy on him because we're expecting a new pope. And so now that we have the pope, perhaps we'll try so hard not to get into that again. But do I have my next call on the line? All right, so we have another call on the line. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Calling from Asare.
And the name is?
Thomas.
Thomas, what's on your mind this morning?
This morning I want to extend my greetings and happy Mother's Day to my beloved mother-in-law, Ajia Matoda at New Edubiase, and my lovely, amazing woman by my side, Sandra Amate, all the way from Asante Agobo Credit Union, Agobo Hospital Credit Union. and my lovely mom, Victoria Opin, and then Miwa Stella. I love them all. May God wish them their wishes to come true. And then back to the more serious note.
Right.
Bro, President Mahama is doing amazing job. Fantastic. I really, really love the man and I appreciate him wherever he is. May the good Lord bless him. Indeed, we are resetting Ghana. You yourself, you can testify. But due to one or two reasons, you cannot say it. But we, the masses underground, we know that the man is capable of doing his own thing. And then we love him. Especially, let me say greetings to First Lady, Madame Lodina. Is behind all this success. There is a proverb say that behind a successful man, there is a woman. So, Ma, happy Mother's Day to you. And then we wish him all the best. Thank you very much, bro.
You too, Thomas, for also letting us know exactly what is on your mind this morning. Well, the phone lines are on your screens. You can also call in and let us know exactly what you're thinking. Happy Mother's Day to all mothers, which is on the 11th. Meanwhile, remember that we have a special program for you on Mother's Day. We are spending the day with 3 mothers who are mothers to, children with special needs. And so here at the EIB Network on Saturday, we'll bring you that full documentary. It's one documentary that when you watch, it would push you to tears because you see exactly what these mothers are going through. And then on Sunday, we'll also bring you the documentary around 12. And then at 4:30 p.m., we have the live show here on TV. And we'll tell you exactly how you're celebrating with those mothers with children who have special needs. And so join us. EIB Network, we are always very creative and innovative when it comes to celebrating mothers here in Ghana. Well, the phone lines are there. You can also call me and let me know exactly what is on your mind this morning. And remember to turn down the volume of your television set. I have my next call on the line. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Hello.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name, please, and where you're calling from.
This is Samuel from here.
Right. So what's on your mind this morning, sir?
Yeah. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. But please, concerning the issue of the minority. Yes, sir. You see, if you don't take corruption will keep. In Black Nation, we don't want to take things very serious in order to solve our problem and meet up with other rest of the world. You see, the issue of political officers embezzling funds is something that is keeping Africa back. So we have to all be serious. It's not something that will take into politics. So it's something very disappointing hearing from Fenyo Martins that he was trying to eulogize the former NBI or BSI boss, saying a man who have done this, served the nation, do this for 10 years, that he's been wrongly accused. I don't know why when these people want to do wrong, they forget about the Constitution. But when hands want to touch them, they want the Constitution to be followed. Talking about human rights, this and that. These things cannot help Africa. It's not good for all of us. Corruption is a virus. It destroys everybody. When it gets to the school, it destroys the children, it destroys the school. When it gets to the government, it destroys the institution. It affects the hospital, it affects the road. Accidents can happen due to corruption. A lot of things goes along with corruption. So please, let Black people, let all of us put hands together and see a way how we can kill corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you so much for calling. And that's all time will allow us this morning. And so thank you to all those who called and shared their thoughts with us. But like we said, Sunday is Mother's Day, and yes, this is time to also think about showing some love to those amazing moms in our lives. And so our friends over at Orca Deco have something special called For the Love of Mom. And so you get to enjoy 15% off everything in their mega store. Now, their whole idea is celebrating all those everyday things moms do. So, you know, the way they just care for everyone. It's their special day. So clearly, if you are looking for a really nice way to say thank you to your mother, then look no further. You should definitely check out Orca Deco, and they've got perfect gifts for showing her you appreciate everything she does. So you can find them on the Spintex Road, and you should know that it's not one place that you can miss. On the Spintex Road, if you're coming from the 18 junction, it's on your right. If you're coming from the Accra Mall, it's on your left. Orca Deco, beautiful shop. Enter there. So many amazing stuff you can pick up for Mama to say, Mama, thank you. And because it's Mother's Day, you get to enjoy 15% of all the things that you find in the Orca Deco shop. Well, Mutala is here with Kot today, but then that's how we do the curtains on Inside Out. So once you hear that montage, you know that Mutala Inusa is here with Kot today. Mutala, good morning.
Good morning, Joshua. Kodjo, Mensah.
Yes, sir. How are you doing, Chief?
We both asking each other how are you. I'm doing great. How about you?
Man, it's a Friday. We thank God for Friday.
We all love Fridays, right?
Yeah,
That's why you are wearing a very beautiful African wear.
See the man who has the designs all over his shirt.
It's like when you pass through Mokola, it just you know it's
see all these formats Mutala will not wash.
Will
not wash. Yesterday you were with judges and magistrates, you were learning legalese things. I mean, how was that particular conference?
That's the beauty yesterday? That's the beauty of the job, and that's the beauty of the work that we do. Sometimes you get the opportunity to get closer to some of these people that ordinarily would have been very difficult. Sometimes we sit from afar and we hear about them, and then we listen to them and all of that. But yesterday it was another opportunity to get closer and then make more friends, connect to more people and all of it. So yesterday, the event was very, very, very nice. It was a very small, in fact, there are about 31 in all. The participants are 31, including 20 judges. So you can understand across the country were selected. And the whole exercise took off very successfully, where we had Justice Kwabena for a justice of the Court of Appeal, addressing the gathering by way of opening ceremony on behalf of the director of JTI, Judicial Training Institute, Justice Amadou Tanko. You know, he is a director. And then yesterday, he's also a justice of the Supreme Court. He wasn't present at that yesterday, so Justice Kwabena had to wear his shoes as in that particular regard to address the people. So yesterday it was very, so as you can see on your screens, those are excerpts from the gathering. So some of the judges, in fact, when they are not robed, they look different. And there are sometimes you can even, at this particular point in time, it's difficult to even identify them. You get the point. Sometimes, so you can easily identify. You can easily identify them when they are wearing the wig and then they are robed. But when they are attending programs like this, sometimes it's very, very difficult until they mention their names. So sometimes, so this is the judge that I've been attending the court every day. Sometimes it's very difficult to even make out. So that's Mensah Akun Ben is also there. So I can see Justice Felix Dachumo, and then I can see Justice Anochua Ejepon, Chimota Circuit Court, yes. All of them yesterday. And I can see in the mix. Yes. So squad members also in the mix there and all of that. So yesterday, that's an amazing event where you have to learn beyond what you do here in Ghana. So they had a team come Italy, and so a lot also. That's Justice Akabuafo over there, and so I can see Justice. The former, he used to be at the labor courts. Francis Abuaje Roxton, the labor court. Now, currently, he's at Tema. He was also part of this very intense code, the representative from the partners also in the mix over there. So yesterday, as you can see, quite a short one, but it's continuing today as well. But yesterday, at the opening ceremony, Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo, who is a justice of the Court of Appeal and a faculty member of the Judicial Training Institute, who opened the ceremony, has this to say. Let's hear him.
To my learned colleagues participating in this program, I encourage you to embrace this opportunity, not as a routine exercise, but as a moment to reimagine your role as a judge in an increasingly interconnected judicial landscape. Let this be more than just a training. Let it be a turning point, one that reaffirms our collective commitment to justice without borders.
Yes, so that is Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo yesterday on behalf of the Director of Judicial Training Institute, Justice Amadou Tanko, urged the participants to open their minds, enjoy the session, and make sure that they are able to learn other things to be able to apply it once they sit on the bench and adjudicate cases. Fair mind, fairness, and all of that. So yesterday, in fact, we started the event that started yesterday, will end today, later part of today and all. But the Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo has also been speaking and say something about the partners. Let's hear him.
On behalf of the Director of the Judicial Training Institute, therefore, I extend our deepest gratitude to our partners for your unwavering commitment to the growth and development of our judiciary.
That is Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo again, this time around, on the partners who supported, who aided the success of this whole program. And the representative or the coordinator of the Santa Ana Superior, who were the partners in this whole matter, has also been speaking. Let's hear what she has to say about the significance of this exercise.
As judges, you are entrusted with the critical task of ensuring that justice is done, not only within national borders, but also in cooperation with our international counterparts. As His Lordship Justice Akabuafo was saying, the complexities of modern legal systems require us to master international legal frameworks and cooperation mechanisms.
That's the coordinator of the partners in all of this. And one thing that yesterday, when you see through and then during the introduction stage, all the judges, some of them say that this is the first time having a forum like this to be able to learn things from other jurisdictions and all of that. So it was very fun, and the atmosphere was really, really set for them to have an engagement and all of that. So the first day and today, later part in the day around 4, we'll go for the closing ceremony, and then on Monday we'll bring you more from that. If possible, we'll engage some of the justices, some of the judges, some of the magistrates who attended the forum, and then we'll pick their thoughts on what this exercise has actually brought to them and all of that.
Absolutely, Mutala. So now, what are we to look forward to today?
So the last time we had a discussion here, we were telling you about the fact that if you come to Ghana, the lawyers who are licensed to practice are about 8,000 plus. Today, there's an opportunity for more to be added. So the General Legal Council, the body that regulates legal education in Ghana, and of course, legal profession, is adding more lawyers. So new lawyers are going to be called to the bar today. Today is a mini call. So the main call will come out sometime in October. So the mini call is those who were supposed to have been part of the main call, but for some reasons they were unable. Some will have issues with their results. Some will have issues with. Some probably will not even be available. Some different reasons all put together. So those people, there's an opportunity that is created for them within the time frame of this sort, for them to also be called to the bar. So today at the Accra International Conference Center, the General Legal Council, or the Act, in fact, it will be the first exercise, public of a sort, that will be dealt with by the acting Chief Justice Paul Bafuboni. So this morning will be at the Accra International Conference Center to bring you updates or whatever will happen there by way of the mini call where new lawyers are going to be. And actually, those ones that you can see on your screen were the main call last October, a number of them. Very, very. In fact, when you have the opportunity to attend sessions like this, you understand that, Charlie.
Exactly.
It is not easy. You hear a lot of stories and all of that. So today, a similar one will happen.
I've got a couple of friends who are also looking forward to be called in October this year.
Yes.
In fact, all of them well.
It will be an interesting one. A lot. So this is Amma Governor.
Yes.
Yeah, the day that she was being called to the bar. So that's why we put the file photo here to tell you that this is not what is happening today. This is the previous one that took place and all of that. So you should look forward to more of this in our subsequent bulletin. So that's one of the things that is coming up. And remember the issue about the Fanko landlord tenant issue. Nana Kankam is alleged to have shot and killed his tenant, Benjamin Autry, a musician, the very day that his rent was due. Misunderstanding ensued and went to that somebody died, and once the tenant died, they traced it to the landlord, and so he's been arrested. He's in court facing trial, and as you can see on the screen is the one in the suit living, and he's always coming to court with a company of what you can see on your screen. Very loyal indeed and all of that. So today the trial is resuming with prosecution witnesses expected to come up, and then before Justice Marie Lewis Simon. So today we'll be there also for an update in relation to this one. Then the very last one, attempted murder. Pius Ayuma, that guy, it's already warned us that we shouldn't be showing his face on screen. And I assured him that once everything is done and he's free, I'll bring him here. I'll give him all the opportunity to also say it. But what is clear is that today, the 10th prosecution witness, the investigator, Bismarck J, is back in court for further evidence before Justice Lydia Osema, for a justice of the Court of Appeal, who will be sitting as additional responsible. In this case, it's been prosecuted by Mrs. Sefako Bache, a chief state attorney in regard. So the 10th witness will be in court. We'll also be following this one, and on Monday, and also newsroom and then news tonight. Definitely bring you more updates. So Joshua, that is all.
Mutala, thank you so much. But today is May 9.
Today is May 9.
Yeah, and May 9 brings a lot of memories.
This morning when I was coming to work, I was just reading the statement issued by management of Accra to Fluke and giving us some perspective about May 9 and all of. But I think that is it all about statements? Trying to. Football is an institution in this country, and elsewhere we see how they recognize some of these things and all of that. I think we can do better. 24 years now. It's still fresh in mind and all of that. But I think that we wish all the departed souls all the best. May their soul rest in peace. And then for those who are living and have scars to show all of them.
People have been maimed as a result of that incident.
Absolutely. It's a painful one, but we just have to recognize a day like this.
You know, Mutala Yunusa would definitely have to talk about this because, you know, he's one of the people who actually goes to the stadium to go and watch matches. It's not like those sports guys who stay in their room and watch on television. Mutala likes to be in the thick of affairs when it comes to the action. But that's it for court today. And once we're talking about May 9 and issues arising, you know that we're zooming into Sports Chat right here on GHOne Today. It's time to bring you Sports Chat, and the man Jones ADZI has joined me. Jones, it's a Friday. How are you doing?
Aumejai some muda nanka meyede namakosuru. I say adiswa emwa yedru betu bezwa adiswa aumejai some challenge Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. You know, Jesus was born on a Friday. Yes, Jesus was born on a Friday.
Jones, you are the man who has to go and become a pastor. Please don't.
I'm telling you. But I'm telling you that Jesus was born on a Friday. You know, he's an ever man. And you know when we get to heaven, we speak away.
Yeah.
It's Friday, and I mean, you started with the
May 9th.
May 9th, and so there's a commemoration happening there now. It's supposed to start at 6, and I mean it's Ghana time, but you can see some of the images behind us, and you know when you get a story behind it, and what happened is that bad. Fortunately or unfortunately, I got to know someone who was there. She went with her dad. Do you know what this girl told me? She would go to the Accra Sports Stadium for a Shatawale event, for a Stonebwoy event, but for football, she will never. So it tells you that for a lot of people, it has an effect on them.
Exactly.
And she stopped watching football because of this. She's actually stopped watching football. So she'll go to the Accra Sports Stadium for any other event, but for football, she says, "See, I won't be there." And I mean, it is just not too good that this happened, but it has served a lot of lessons for us. And so today is May 9th. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we just.
You see how they are running out of the trains. Come on.
Tear gas and all that happening. But then we've seen hooliganism again in football. Let's not forget that we've still seen that. Poli died. He was buried in March. And we are just telling people that
even after Poli's death, we also talked about another
incident that happened.
It's like we don't learn.
So we just want our people to know that, see, it is just football. We know it is a passion, win, lose or draw. It's just 3 points. People have invested, people love their clubs and all that. But then at the end, the club belongs to you. You say the club is ours. If the club gets some glory, you don't get anything. So please don't go and fight. Never fight. As for me, you know what happens when Manchester United play, and then like yesterday we won, and sometimes they are against that. As for against that, we all suffer against. But then sometimes it gets to you. Just walk and go. You see, Mutara was saying that yesterday someone was speaking and then he nearly got angry. It will always get to you because football is our passion and all that.
Custodian don't even follow football. Like
no. As for football. But you know football is better than Mumamata.
Jones, continue.
No, but you know.
Jones, continue. that is very subjective. Very, very subjective.
Football is better than
May 9th. May 9th.
Umamata. Okay, so there is a memorial service being held right now at the Accra Sports Stadium. On the game we will get there, and then on the game at 1 p.m. we'll bring you all the updates from the Accra Sports Stadium. Then now let's move on to the U20 AFCON. Yes, CAF, because Ghana have qualified for the quarterfinals there. Congratulations to them. Joseph Opoku coming up from the bench to get Ghana that needed goal. So it means that we are going to play in the quarterfinals. We have one game. If we win that game, then we are automatically going to be in the World Cup later this year. So congratulations to the boys, and the 20 boys. Jerry Free has actually left the team, but then see they're still doing well. So it was a good one. A lot of people expected that. As for CAR, they should be able to beat them. CAR, Central African Republic. But congratulations to them, and we hope that they can get a good tie, probably Tanzania or Zambia. Then we beat them and get to the semi-finals and qualify for the World Cup. Now let's move on quickly and do the MTN FA Cup. Yes, MTN FA Cup is happening this weekend, and as you can see on your screens now, Kumasi Asante Kotoko would be in action on Sunday, and I will see Golden Kicks, against Atram Devisa on Saturday. So on Saturday at 4 p.m. and then on Sunday, the venue have actually been changed to the TNA Sports Stadium. And then let's do the Europa League. Manchester United have qualified for the finals of the Europa League after a comeback yesterday. So they considered a very early goal in the first half, and then it was a comeback shout from Atletico Bilbao, but then it didn't happen. We saw Manchester United coming back strongly to win that game 4-1. So they have set a date with Tottenham Hotspur on the 21st of May. We'll see how it goes if United can use the shortcut and qualify for the UEFA Champions League. Now let's get to see Chelsea also qualified for the Europa Conference League. Yes, Conference League. Congratulations to Chelsea making it their 1-0 win against GHOne to make sure that they would also set up a date with Real Betis. Real Betis also qualified yesterday after a 2-2 draw. They won the first leg 2-1 and then the second leg ended 2-2. So congratulations to Real Betis. Anthony will be meeting Chelsea in there. Let's end off with the NBA playoffs because the Boston Celtics, not too good for the Boston Celtics at all. And then they've also dropped points. And then we also saw the Timberwolves equal the tie against their counterparts from the Warriors. So the Warriors actually missing Steve Curry in there, and Steve Curry, he was on the sidelines coaching his players, but it was not enough for them. So they need the man back strongly. But the Timberwolves have actually equaled the series 1-1 there. All right, do join us on the game at 1 p.m. That should be it for sports this morning. My name is Jones ADZI, and of course, it's Friday and we're outside.
Many thanks, Jones ADZI, for bringing us sports chat. Let's check out what the papers are reporting this morning. First review segment. And thankfully, my guests are in this morning, and so we'll be getting into the conversations. I have Wilberforce Asare, political editor, Asaase Radio. Also, Awudu Mahama, who is managing editor, the Custodian newspaper, and my own boss, Ibrahim Alhassan, head of the political desk here at EIB. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're doing well.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. But we see each other every day.
Good to see you on set.
Wilberforce, how has it been?
It is well.
Hey, again.
Yes. It is well.
Awudu, is it well with you too?
I'm managing.
Oh. Is it that bad?
Oh, I've always managed, so
okay.
It's not new.
It's not new.
Every Ghanaian is a manager.
The managing news editor.
Yes, the managing editor.
Sorry, don't put the news there. When you put the news there, you reduce the
managing editor of the Custodian.
Managing editor, but I'm also manage
your life.
My life. Manage my business.
Anyway, gentlemen,
tell me what I don't like problems.
Many people will disagree though.
Problems? No, I don't. Tell me what I don't like problems.
I mean, it's been a really packed week. I mean, the week opened with a demonstration. We saw Supreme Court matters. Then we saw NSB, Adu-Boahene writing from Yoko cells. And then John Dramani Mahama now assessed his 120 days in office. He says, I entered into a social contract with the people of Ghana, and I promised 25 things. I've been able to deliver 72.
26.
26. Yes, I delivered.
Taking one out.
I'll come to you and get the 26th one. But he says that, well, per what we've done, we've been able to achieve 72%, 28% ongoing in the works. Let me start with you, Wilberforce.
You know, it's interesting when you go to write an exam. There is always an examiner, and then there is the one who is taking the exams. After the exam, after you've written the exam, you can come out and do a postmortem. Say, oh, this question, it was about this. I answered it very well. This question, I think I didn't really get the facts. I remember I wrote an exam some time ago and I did that. So you, the one writing the exams, you can do a postmortem.
Right.
But you are not able to grade yourself. It is the examiner, the chief examiner, who will grade you. So in terms of governance, the political party or the government is elected and they are supposed to be writing an exam. Well, of course, they set for themselves the marking scheme and all those kind of things. And so probably they are using the marking scheme they set for themselves to mark themselves. And that is why they can give themselves 72%. But ultimately, it is the people who went to queue and vote for them, who put them there, who are the chief examiners. And they are the people who will examine them. Incidentally, the time frame is not 120 days, it's actually a 4-year period. And so it is the 4-year period that the people who put them there will use to grade them. And when you are graded and you need to move to the next level, in this case, maybe get re-elected, you'll be re-elected. If you did not pass, you probably are going to have to repeat the whole session. And in the case of politics, you are going to have to go out and go and learn your lessons out of office. And then maybe when you have learned the lessons, you can come back and retake the exams. In the case of the current president, he used to be in the position and he was kicked out. And then he has been brought back in. So he has a fair understanding of writing an exams and not necessarily passing and getting the opportunity to do it a second time.
Right.
And that the second time you want to make sure that you pass so that you can get the upgrade and move to the next level. In the case of the NDC, the next level after 4 years in office will be wanting to get re-elected after 2028 to have a second term.
Right.
Again, they are going to have to bring a new candidate because the current president has served a first term already. and the mandate that the people of Ghana gave to him ends on the 7th of January 2029. And there is nothing that can be done about it. The mandate ends, it has ended. And there must be a renewed mandate. So my comment on this 120-day issue is that it was just an arrangement, or it was yes, of course, social contract.
Yes.
And we were having a discussion before we went on air. It's like, oh, when I come, I'll form this committee and we'll do this. So setting up the committee has been done. We've done the economic forum, right? And apart from the economic forum, we've done the education forum.
Yes.
And then apart from that, they said code of conduct will be launched.
Yes, it has been launched.
It has been launched. So those things are all
they are part of the 72%.
They are part of the 72%. But really, that's why I'm saying that I don't want to limit myself to this 120-day promises that were made, because they were just day-to-day things that you said you do. The real review is after the 4 years mandate. And that is what I'm looking forward to.
Right. But I've listened to the NDC advance the argument that, we were very specific as to what we said we would do. And that's what we promised the people of Ghana within that period. And so let's deal with this. Let's not worry about the 4-year mandates. Let's start first things first. We promised 120. We have done it.
Well, but the point is that they didn't ask the people didn't give them a 120-day mandate.
Right.
Then if they fulfill it, they should get out of office for a new person to come. That's not it. The mandate was a 4-year mandate. And there are so many things in the NDC manifesto that they promised that they can't do in 120 days. It's not possible. Right. It's practically not possible. So yes, and I see that what the NDC did, in their manifesto, they tried to tease out that 120-day thing from the bigger manifesto. So there's the bigger manifesto with so many promises, especially issues to do with Galamsey, which is threatening all of us. I will not say threatening the government, it's threatening all of us. And that's because since the government came, it appears the Galamsey activities has exacerbated. So it's threatening all of us as a people. They still have to deal with it. And nobody can deal with Galamsey in 120 days of the administration.
Well, that's why they said they didn't mention that.
Of course, yes. But it is dealing with Galamsey was part of their 2020, was part of the manifesto. And over the period, they are going to have to implement it and make sure that they deal with the Galamsey menace. So, quite frankly, as a person, I don't think that 120 days is a measuring stick, or is what we are supposed to use to measure the government. The 120 days were just promises. I will set up a committee. I will do economic forum. I will do this. And all of those, I think, was the part of it. The parts for the students.
Yes.
So all those things are ongoing issues. Fine. The removal of the Chief Justice was not part of the 120-day promise. He said that it happened within the 120 days. But, because the promise that they'll remove it was part of the rhetoric.
Yes, but it wasn't social contract.
Yeah, it was not part of the social contract.
Written or unwritten.
But it was part of the unwritten contract. The ones that were put to paper. Yes, but the removal of the Chief Justice also happened within the 120, just after the 100 days. The 100 days was 17th April. The removal was 22nd. So 17 minus 22, that's 5 days. So 5 days after 100 days. Yes. Yeah.
Let me come to you, Ibrahim. 120 days of John Mahama. John Mahama says, I promised, I've delivered 72%.
Well, so the Deputy Attorney General, Justice Mensah, will have an answer for Wilberforce Asare. His answer is a simple one, that the Chief Justice has not been removed. What has happened is suspension.
Right, which does not mean removal.
Per article
of the Fourth Republic.
And his argument, and I listened to him carefully after the injunction application was dismissed, that the case of Vincent Asifua and his lawyer, Godfrey Adu-Boahene, were premised on a conviction that the Chief Justice has been removed. And so they built their case on that fact, that to them, the suspension means removal. And according to Justice Mensah, that's erroneous. And that if the committee, Puaman committee, which is yet to sit, if it sits and it finds the petitions unmeritorious, the Chief Justice will return to continue work in her office. You can argue that, given what happened to Charlotte Osei, once the process is triggered, you are gone. Yeah, those will be assumptions. But if we are to stick to the dictates of Article 146, then it means that as we speak now, we only have one Chief Justice, and that's Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Tokono. Suspended though. Good. And that Bafuboni is acting. And he's acting not because he's been appointed. He's acting because he's the senior most, and it's automatic. Once the Chief Justice is suspended, the senior most at the Supreme Court assumes the acting role. Right. You get the point. Good. So yes, I understand. And like I said, I'm not referencing Wilberforce. There are many people who argue that the woman has been removed. But if you look at the paper, what does this on paper?
She's just been suspended. She's just been asked to step aside while investigations.
I like your choice of words. Yes. Just been suspended. Yes. It sounds very interesting in my ears.
No, because that's the explanation I get.
Okay. Just.
I mean, we are allowing the processes to kick in. So step aside, let the processes take place, and then if it's found that you are not culpable in any way, you just take back your role.
Exactly. Oh, nice.
And Wilberforce mentions that. Wilberforce and I would just say that even though the removal of the Chief Justice was not written in any social contract. It was achieved within the two. I don't know who wanted it though. I don't know whether John Mahama had mentioned that Chief Justice will be removed in opposition, or Professor Nanaji Nobukajima.
He said the head of the Judicial will be cleansed. The head leadership.
Okay, so
I heard Sami Jemfi clearly state that when they come to office, the Chief Justice will be impeached.
Oh, okay.
Sami Jemfi it's on record.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
In Mensah.
Oh yes, he also talked about it. In fact, recently the chairman of the party, General Mosquito, has been on record repeating them.
No,
recently.
What I heard him say was that
you don't hear him well.
No, I'm coming. The fact that the NDC won an election under GHOne Mensah doesn't make her an angel. Yeah. If that's
no,
what
yes, but I
said they must all be cleared.
Yes, they must all be cleared. Okay. I transcribed the voice, so I have it. I can pull it for you. So it's there. It was preconceived. It's very clear on the face of the record.
But John Mahama did not say that.
We can rationalize it.
Yeah.
We can do whatever.
Leadership of this in these cleansing. What does that mean?
To balance the courts, among others.
But this court balancing, I think it will be a whole topic that one day.
Anyway, so to be honest, let's credit the Puaman committee with some independent mindedness. That if indeed there's nothing, they can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand, because they have to justify their decision if their recommendation is that Justice Tokono should be removed. You get the point I'm making? It's the same with the 3-2 judgment. I'm looking forward to 21st because I really want to read the reasoning behind the positions the two groups took, because one of them obviously will speak law, one of the groups, the other one will speak emotions and affiliations. You get it? They all cannot be speaking law. There's a case before a panel. 3 members of the panel say it should go to A. 2 members say it should go to B. And they are all supposed to give their judgment based on law. You get the point? So one of them.
Okay, so let me just on law, but let me just make an explanation. So in previous, and this is something that we all need to avert our minds to.
Yeah.
When there's a final court, or any court makes a decision, and there's a dissenting opinion, over time, and history has shown that there have been times that dissenting opinions revolve and they actually become the law. So you can go to court today, and there's a 5-member panel. 3 of them say that in their understanding the law should go this direction. 2 say in their understanding the law should go the other direction. As at the time, the 3 will win. But as the law develops and as society evolves, you will come to see that sometimes the dissenting opinion of the past revolves and now becomes what is accepted as the law.
Yes,
right. Yes. So
sometimes, but that's not a norm. It's not a norm that dissenting opinions always become the law.
But dissenting opinions are always welcomed.
Obviously,
yes, they are opinion, and see the opinion that wins is an opinion just as much as the dissenting opinion is.
But so the opinion that wins becomes the law.
Yes, but I'm just saying that the records and people who are engaged in all this, if you ask any lawyer, they'll tell you, some of the lawyers have been engaging, they'll tell you that never discount dissenting opinion.
No, it's good.
Yes. Even in Riakoto, which is a popular case that we all talk about, the arguments of J.B. Dankwa, when it comes to the issues of separation of powers, which was not accepted then, when Riakoto was being argued, today, in our 1992 constitution, the arguments of J.B. Dankwa is what we have all adopted. To the best of my understanding.
I get that.
So what was not accepted a few years ago, today, is now what we all revere and respect.
Okay. And we've also had instances where dissenting opinions have remained dissenting opinions because they could not stand the test of law. You get the point I'm making? So what I'm saying is that on the 21st of this month, we will have the full judgment and we'll all read for ourselves. Now back to the social contract.
The 120
days social contract. See, here's the thing. A party decides to sell a message to voters. And it puts that in a document called manifesto. And out of the manifesto, that party teases out 26 promises or commitments, sells the same to Ghanaians. And Ghanaians bought those individual promises. Now, it added timelines that within 120 days, we are going to fulfill these things. Many of them are what are called the foundational levels of any governance. So if you say, I'll constitute my cabinet within 14 days, it talks about appointment, right? Just that now there's expedition to the putting together of that cabinet, because many people assume that appointment of ministers is a very simple exercise. Joshua, it is not. If they tell you the headache that naming of one individual can give you because of their competing interest, you will sit back and say that no wonder people are appointed and then sooner than later they are recalled.
And reassigned.
Because it is a headache. You can make just one appointment, and as a result of the competing interest and the fact that those interests do not align, it can be chaotic for your setup. So that promise was made. Now, a promise that everybody was looking forward to will be the e-levy, the scrapping of the e-levy and some other taxes. That we're told was to be done in the first budget.
Yes.
And that has been done. To me, honestly, if you weigh, and we've done that, we've spoken to people, which of those contracts, which aspect, 26 of them, have been welcoming to them, they'll tell you e-levy. The investors will tell you betting tax. Right? And the investors, yes. The investors, and many of them are in our studio here.
You should understand the investors. The Gen Zs.
Yes. They will tell you that that's what's so welcoming to them. See, these things are expected of any government that has taken office. It used to be 100 days, right? And then President Mahama then decided to add 20 days.
90. In fact, there was 90. He made 90, 100, and
120. Yeah. Exactly. So I remember when former President Kufuor was asked, after he had lost power, to assess the then Atamil's administration. He has said, given what he knew, he was not going to criticize the administration until it had clocked 1 year. And that was it. Until the Atamil's administration had clocked 1 year, Kufuor never uttered a word about how things were going. Because he understood that you can't do much within 100 days, 6 months, but at least a year. And I believe so, that if this government is to succeed, it needs to get at least 80% of the things it ought to do right this year. The power supply problems will have to be fixed this year. Galamsey the signal will have to be sent stronger this year. Anything rather than that, this administration will be in trouble. Talk about industrialization. It has to be this year.
Especially because they also trumpeted a 24-hour economy.
That has to be this year. So if there's a 19-member committee that has been put together, chaired by the president, to oversee the implementation of the 24-hour economy, that sends a signal of seriousness. But time is of essence, right? So I've taken a cursory look at the 26 items. I think I can flag just about 4 that have not been touched, right? The bill to Parliament on the scholarship, to streamline scholarship and then bar government appointees from benefiting from scholarships and their close associates and what have you. That has not been done. The repeal of the LI, but the president then mentions that he's going to the Parent Act to ban mining in the forest reserves forever. But there's a problem there. As we speak, the Nyinahini mines, and we are told that even some other bauxite mines are located in a forest reserve. So you cannot blanketly say that you are banning mining in forest reserve. I've told that some concessions belonging to goldfields are in forest reserves, and they are mining firms, big time mining firms. They are not engaged in illegal mining. So that aspect of the law have to be tweaked to make it targeted and not sweeping. Because if we say sweeping, we are told that all these mining companies will have to then pack out.
Right.
So that is a challenge. Now, aside that, talk about free sanitary pads. We sat here and there were conversations from stakeholders in the educational sector about the fact that period poverty is a hindrance to the education of the girl child. If we were running campaigns on getting a girl child in schools, now they are there. They outnumber the boys as we speak at the basic level. But if there is any impediment on their way, that's keeping them from the classrooms, and government intervenes to support them. Why not?
Right.
Here in Accra, you might sit here and say that, how much is a sanitary towel? But it's a big deal when you go to the hinterlands. Even in some parts of Accra, because there is urban poverty, and many a time we overlook that. We think Accra is just East Legon and then now Chado. Because it's a big deal, right, to many people. So, to me, 72% for 120 days, I think it shouldn't be a big deal.
Okay.
Some of them are initiations. Overseeing the full implementation and getting the impact is what matters. And we will all be there to assess when that time comes. And fortunately, Ghanaians will be there to assess. It's the assessment that matters. They assess with their thumbs at the boots. That's what all that matters.
Okay. How do you?
Yes, sir. Let me say good morning once again to viewers. And to say that I am going to look at, it's not just when in governments across the world, when they say they are looking at 100 days, it's not just what they have written on paper. It is a performance of that government within the days that they have mentioned.
Okay.
So I'm not going to restrict myself to these written down promises that holding conferences and those ones will not bring anything to me. I'm going to look at the actual deliverables and also what this government has done within the 120 days. Now, I saw this big banner headline graphic. We have achieved 72% of our promises. And I say that, wow, the president has marked his own script. And he has given himself grade B. 72% is grade B. It is not. It is not. Oh, now we are talking of now. We are talking of now. It's grade B everywhere. If you go to the menu of the international BEC,
B plus.
It's B. It's B actually. You can check. It's Legon right now. I also went to Legon where it was 70% A.
Yeah.
But when I went to do my MA program at Legon, it was B plus was 75. From 80 going, then you get your A.
Rather than Cape Coast
University. It's now University of Ghana is now in line with. They've done the same thing, and many universities now. Look, don't doubt me. I am saying that this is a B. I went to University of Ghana and I know the grading.
Because I've asked questions as to why John Mahama decided to now grade himself, and the response I got from Hamza was the fact that, well, these are things that they said they would do. So what is wrong?
If he decides that I have done it, no problem.
So the question I want to ask myself is that if it were another side and the other side was grading themselves, I'm wondering what they would have said if
the other side did it. The other side also did it.
Yeah,
you remember?
But you also know
Vice
what was
President.
said.
Yeah, of course. That's what we are saying it now. Right. So you can grade yourself. You remember when Vice President then held his media, he graded MPP performance. He gave themselves 83% then also. And I thought that was, and he gave himself an A. President Mahama decides that he will grade himself and give himself a grade.
Because he's been truthful with the people. That's what Hamza said.
He's been truthful?
Yes, he's been very...
it means that is his real performance. And I'm saying that if Ghanaians were to grade him, I don't know the mark that they will give him. And I'm not sure if President Mahama were to write exams at the University of Ghana and his lecturer were to give him a grade B, and others were getting B plus and A plus, President Mahama will be jumping and celebrating and jubilating that he had made it. Will you? If your colleagues are getting B pluses and A's, will you be jumping with a B? So that is that is it. But this is his own grading. So if Ghanaians were to grade him, or the lecturers were to grade, I don't know what mark he will get. Now, having said that, I just went through I went to President John, this is his own site, johnmahama.org, and these are the promises. I'll just go through them quickly. Nominate within the first 14 days. They complete the list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Done. He nominated them within the first 14 days. Done. Now, constitute a leanest, most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in my first 90 days. Absolutely wrong. I totally disagree with it. If they think they have achieved this, the leanest government, this government.
Yes,
if you want, we'll bring the list of when you say government, don't worry. In fact, ministers are not. When you say government, we have three arms of government, right? We have the executive, we have the legislature, and we have the judicial. A government, when you say lean government, it doesn't just mean ministers. You have all these presidential staffers. You have these regional organizers being named as staffers and all that. So all that makes up the government. So if you look at the total number of appointees, including the neutrals, who have now their appointment have even outnumbered the people, even the main core NDC sub people. You look at the number, the quantum of the appointees. This cannot be the leanest government in this Fourth Republic. And if you do it, one day we'll come here on this topic to see whether this is a leanest government. So,
for those who work at the presidency, the staffers, as we mentioned,
I am not. When you say government, it's not just staffers.
But you talked about the neutrals.
Has it been sent?
When Parliament resumes, we'll find out. But then you
see the neutrals
are CEOs. They've gone to replace appointees who had hesitated because their party had lost. So if you talk about Professor Jampo, if you talk about Ali Duseidu, if you talk about Mensah,
Lord Mensah as well.
Lord Mensah.
So they replace the people who are already there.
Exactly.
And therefore, where is the reduction? I am talking of new appointments. You see, listen to me carefully.
Yeah.
We have replaced people who are already there, and some have even been increased. In some places, more 2 deputies have been. Some institutions, CEOs, they have 2 deputies when previously they were 1. I am saying that if you challenge one, they will have a topic on this. And I am saying that you also have people who were not originally there. Did you have regional organizers be presidential staffers? So these appointments.
Your point is that it's erroneous to
say that you have the leanest government. So that if you say you have achieved the leanest government, I disagree.
And most efficient.
So they are staffers.
Where is the efficiency?
Staffers in the regions to do what?
No, they are staffers as the presidency.
Okay, look.
But they represent the president in the regions.
They are still party regional organizers, but
they are
staffers.
Presidential staffers.
Yes.
And they withdraw. You know how much a presidential staffer takes?
So the question is to be asked.
So
how many presidential staffers do we have now as compared to before? That's the question you should ask.
Oh, I am saying that this question you are, or this topic will be hard in this.
But the list is not out yet, so we are able to tell.
I am about what Phyllis has said. When this topic came up. We've discussed this.
We discussed it, but I myself be listening to officialdom. What don't you see what is on the ground? Why you people? Why? Don't we say that a plane landed from Luanda? Did any plane come from Luanda to Ghana? Is it not official? Don't said it. Please.
All right.
Then let me go to number 3.
So for you, that link government
and efficient
government,
it is.
Because the argument is that there's been no government in the Fourth Republic that has been able to run a country with 56 ministers, and the NDC has been able to champion that.
Which one? You say the what?
There's been no government in the Fourth Republic that has been able to run.
I am telling you that. If you say you have run, you have appointed regional ministers, and you have made your regional organizers as coordinators in the regions. You check. Let's check their salaries when they come, whether they are not like deputy ministers of state. You let the salaries come. You people, you are just allowing people to deceive us. When you do that, they are virtually deputy regional ministers. Those coordinators. I am telling you, they are virtually deputy regional ministers. You know what? You have a regional minister, you have a coordinators, you have MMDCs in it, and you appoint regional organizers as presidential staff in charge of the regions. Why we think we have lost our thinking capacities, abilities.
So for you, that one is wrong.
So I am saying that one I
cannot agree.
Number 3, establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. It's been established.
Yes,
we done. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of economy, and done. Within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. E-levy. Gone. COVID levy.
IMF.
Which IMF? That's another. Charlie, I'll come to that. 10% levy on betting winnings. Gone. Emission levy. Gone. By the way, emission levy was never touched. Right. Even though it was in the books, nobody had charged anybody.
But why is that when it comes to the ones that are gone, you say gone? When it comes to the ones that are not gone, you are not able to say ungone. You say IMF.
I tell him the explanation that.
I mean, I agree with him.
I just tell him the
explanation. He's following me. But don't put your problems on him. This morning, I know his problem. The guy, he's broke. So don't put your.
God will provide.
God will provide. This COVID-19 levy. Why? This thing about COVID-19. Now you see that they said it will be looked at in September.
When they are rationalizing the VAT.
Rationalizing what VAT? Look, didn't we have an IMF program before NDC made this promise? Didn't we? Didn't we know that this thing can be done without consulting any IMF official about removing COVID? When 2017 VAT on banking services and all that, it was VAT. Did the NDPP consult IMF before removing it? Why it has IMF will tell you how to increase your revenue. IMF will not tell you which taxes you should impose on your people. Does IMF do that? So if you have a VAT that you are supposed to remove, you go and blame IMF program for it. Are you being truthful to Ghanaians? Please, look, this thing, if you look at the taxes, COVID is actually generating more income for government than these taxes that have been removed. E-levy and betting on winnings on 10%
on bet.
Yes. In COVID, so government is simply saying that. And I'm saying that, look, it is no shame in saying that let's maintain this one. We have promised to remove it. But looking at the program that we have and looking at expenditures and all that, if you take this now, it's going to affect revenue generation and it will bring this country down. I will accept that. But to say that you are going to look at IMF, you have agreement with IMF. IMF has not even told government to put 10 VAT on. So please. Then let me go to so that one. Within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles, equipment imported into the country for industrial and commercial. Has it been done? No. So, and that was a major thing. The spare parts dealers in Aboso Kai were champion. Oh, Mahama is blah 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 blah. Now
we are told when Parliament resumes, right?
Yeah, there's a committee that has been.
So, but he said he was going to do it within 90 days. It's not done. That's a major thing. It's not about holding conference, inviting people to a location and them talking. That is easy to do. But this is a major thing that if you were serious doing, the processes would have started within 90 days. How long does it take to do this? It's not done. Now, number 7, commence drafting needed legal amendment and prepare implementation of 24-hour economy. I don't know whether the draft has started. Has it?
No, the committee, like I said,
it's just a committee. But he's saying that he said drafting.
It's a commence.
Commence a drafting needed legal amendments.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Gusitano came to brief Parliament.
Yes.
Some lawyers have volunteered to on pro bono basis.
Okay, I'll give it to them. I'll give it to them.
Yeah.
No controversy. I'll give it to them. Then 8, establish accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of broader strategy for economic transformation. I think I heard some committee or team has been set. So I'll give it to them. I don't know what they've done. It's as for forming committee, it's very easy to do. Convene a national consultative conference on education. I think it's done.
Education is done.
It's done. Implement a no academic fee policy for all first-year students.
Done.
In public. Done where?
Oh. Why you didn't?
Which academic student put up in your line and see whether people's fees are
Did you hear the
students who have paid to get refund?
Oh, when?
Well, after the budget, the allocation was made.
Oh, Massa.
Okay, no, so you it's not been done. No problem. No,
promising within. You people, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Is it done?
To you, it's not been done. The no fee stress policy has not been implemented.
When you say implementation, means that look, if I go to school right now,
you go for free.
I go for free. And even if I'm coming. No, let me talk. I am off the floor. Okay. If I go to school, even if I have paid, and you say that you pay, when do they say they will do the payment? Refund.
Yeah, they say.
So it's not done. Right now, it is not done. We are not even sure whether it will be done.
When are the students going to school?
They have gone already.
And that's why the portal was created for them to now put in their details and get refunds.
Okay, so it's not done. They have started the process. Is it done?
So they couldn't do it at the time the students were going to school.
Yes. But you see, these things I don't fault government for. These are processes. These are processes. But
was it before? Was it within the 100?
But they knew the budget will take some time, and they promised it. I will not. What I'm saying is, it is not done. Even if it will done, it will be done. It's not done as we speak now.
Right.
So, but I am not even saying that they will not do it. I am saying that it is not done. The processes have started. It will be done, but it's not yet done. That's my point. Now, introduce the following special intervention: free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. The Ghana Medical Care Trust. The free thing is it for disability? Has it? It hasn't. Mahama Care has been launched.
Yes,
that one is done.
Exactly.
Yes. So be marking the box, ticking the boxes. Commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students. Done. And listen, let me say it with all my heart. That totally agree with this policy. I support it. Giving sanitary pads to our young ladies in schools. Look, people do not know. Sometimes that's why in my when I talk about free education, I always look up. We sit in Accra here and think that everything is about Accra, Kumasi and all that. When we go to rural areas where I come from, sanitary pads is a big deal. So when government is able to give these things to our young ones, it says, look, I think it's something that we should applaud. It's a big deal. Let's sit in Accra, people then sanitary pads, how much is 18 cedis?
Is it a permanent thing going to be done every month or every...
That one is not stated. Okay. But the fact that they said they will
because, if you give me a pack today...
Let's see what happens.
And it even has, let's say, 10 inside or 20.
Yeah.
That is for a period of 2-3 months.
Yes.
And it's finished.
Yes, but we don't know. They promise something. I don't know whether it be sustained. Whether it's something that education, Ministry of Education will ensure that it is sustained. That one. But I totally support it. And I want it sustained, actually. Yes. Then institute inquiries into forensic audits into following matters of interest. The collapse indigenous Ghanaian banks, financial, is it done? Where is it?
That one is not been done.
It's not done. All that they mention EMS, SML, blah blah blah. Nothing.
That's part of the 28.
Plenty.
There is enough
issued government policy banning
collapse of banks. I don't think there's a need to do any extra. If you want information about the banks thing, plenty
issued government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets.
It's in the code of conduct.
It's in the code of conduct. But you see, this thing, we'll come to that meeting one day. We argued on it. When Honorable Ablaka said he has sent a private members bill onto that. I think now that they are in government, I think you should withdraw the private members bill and allow government to first. They are in government now, so it can easily be done. And if they are able to, I have argued that thing cannot be strictly enforced. That thing preventing. I can use my nephews and this to buy things.
No, but I think it also says that you can use your close relative.
What is a close relative? If I go and use my great grandson,
it's a risk. You end up gifting whatever loot that
it doesn't matter. It's still, the person is still related to me. It doesn't matter. Let me gift you to the person.
In terms of property, there's a bit of a tweak to the law in the Lands Act.
Yes.
So if somebody is buying an immovable property and even decided to buy it in the name of a relative, a wife or a son or a daughter and all those kind of things, there's a presumption that that person in whose name you have bought it is a beneficiary and not necessarily the owner. Previously, if you were doing that, the law was that you intended to gift it to the person. But the Lands Act has tweaked it a little bit. So right now, it's like if I'm buying a property and I'm buying the name of my son or my wife, the presumption is that I intended to make that person a beneficiary, but not to gift to the person.
Okay.
So I am still the property owner,
but the beneficiary
but the person whose name there is like a beneficiary. Previously, the arrangement was that if I did that, the presumption was I intended to gift it, but now there's a tweak in the Lands Act.
So I will not go through all because of time constraint. Let me just go through the last three. Reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including 2022 election killings. Ayawa's West, blah blah blah. Is it done?
The IGP was ordered to reopen the investigation. Before Nampare left,
he was ordered.
The president had ordered him to do
but
it.
He hasn't reopened it.
And now
he's gone. The new IGP.
No, in fact, when the president spoke, he said Azugu has started singing. You know, Azugu was the one.
He's helping.
So they've started.
Yes.
Okay, maybe. That one I have no. Then initial probe into the man-made disaster caused by VRA spillage, Akosombo, blah blah blah. Is it done?
There's a committee. Jantua, our own friend Jantua is on that committee.
Which one?
Visited the Kwame Jantua.
Okay.
I know that there's a committee that is sitting.
So done. So done.
Initiate, then that's it.
These ones. Initiate immediate steps to compensate flood victims, including those in OT. Is it done?
The same. It's a committee.
It's a committee that will
initiate steps.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So last one. Carry out shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them the bricks, even transition to make profit, to make them profit-making. Is it the alignment? These ones.
Yeah, it came up at the economic forum.
Yes. These ones are not. What I'm saying is, they are difficult ones that have not been done. And government should have known that you will not take 120 days to do those things. But once they promise, you will hold them to it. So that one, as I said, he has marked himself. That's what it is. I'm also looking, and let me just conclude. I think that you are looking at me.
You have taken a lot of time.
Yes, that's true. I totally agree. If you look at the unwritten ones, as I said from the beginning, government, you look at the performance of that government within the period. And I'm saying that you are saying the first time in the history that we have, in the Fourth Republic, that we have 56 ministers, and that's factual. It is true. But this is the first time in the history of this country that a CJ has been suspended in the Fourth Republic. A CJ. This is the first time. This is the first time that we have appointed a one-star general to be the CDS. I hear now, I suspect he's been promoted now.
Now he's a lieutenant general.
Yes, but
so he was a brigadier general. When he was appointed, he was promoted to major general, and then he had a double promotion to lieutenant general.
But why didn't they do the promotion before the appointment? Or it's not done?
No, it's not. So those promotions, they are at the discretion of the president.
So we didn't have second. We didn't have second.
We had 4 stars generals here who had never gone to war. But when you speak to the security people, they tell you that.
No, but the truth of the matter is that the president's appointment of the military heads, it was there were a lot of people in front of them. He sacked them because the military system is such that if you are going that down,
that's what the point I want to make.
So a lot of generals were made to, even 2-star generals have just been asked to
go home. But they have, so that is it. You see, but you see, as we all said, 100 days, they have 190, 100 and 120. They have decided to mark themselves, put themselves in this. And I think it's a global thing now, that first 100 days. And therefore, we are looking at the performance in totality within the first 120 days. And we have said, we have given our view. It's for Ghanaians to give their view. The president has given his own view and his own performance. It's for Ghanaians to judge whether they've lived up to what they have promised. But hey, we are here to talk about what they have done, and we have done just that.
Right. Okay, so I'm sure that we've had our bites on all of that. But then let's talk about Kwabena Adu-Boahene. Because now he's written to the National Security Coordinator, Security Advisor. He says that, you know what, when during interrogations, I held back on a couple of issues because I know that if these issues get to the fore, it's going to have an impact on national security matters among others. I'm sure you've seen that letter, Wilberforce.
Well, I have, and you know, issues of national security are sensitive matters, and as a student of security, you know, I cannot come and sit here and betray the understandings that I have when it comes to the matters of security. And so I can understand the frustrations of Kwabena Adu-Boahene. This is a security person who has served at the highest level. If you are the Director General of the National Signals Bureau, it's a very big office in terms of the security space of our country. He travels, arrives at the airport, gets arrested, is detained over a week. He had to go to court for the court to grant him bail. The court granted him bail, even that he was still kept nearly a week after the bail was granted before he was made to go home. He goes home. Within a matter of 2 weeks, he gets arraigned. After getting arraigned, there's a request that says that he attempted to interfere with some witnesses. So because of that, the state wants an order for him to be kept so that the state can go to the witnesses and get their witness statements. Then after that, we don't know what will happen next. Whether the state will come and say tomorrow, when they go back to court on the 13th, that, okay, we have been able to get 3 of the witnesses. We are looking at 6. So keep him another 14 days so that we can go and get the other 3. People are asking very simple questions. Since when did we start taking people's liberties away from them because you are doing an investigation? This is somebody you have charged. You have slapped charges on the person. In fact, the process is such that after you arraign the person and the person goes to court and the person asks for bail and the person is granted bail, the next level is case management conference. You are supposed to give to the person all the evidence you have gathered. You are supposed to give it to him for the person to see it and probably put together for himself a good defense. So at the point where we are, where you have charged, the person's plea has been taken in the court. It means that as prosecution, you are ready. Do you understand? That's the little understanding that I have, that you are ready. We are ready to deal with you. But we go back to the court and say, you know, court, we are not ready. We have to take witnesses, but the guy is interfering with the witnesses, so give him to us. Let's keep him for 7 working days, and then so that we can be able to go and finish what we have to do. I find it a little bit bizarre because a charge sheet is conclusive. that we have found charges. We have preferred them against you. We have evidence that if the court called the Attorney General today and said that for the charge of causing financial loss to the state, this is the evidence you have to produce. The Attorney General is actually saying that today, I'll be able to bring you the evidence. But this same Attorney General is telling the court that I am trying to get evidence. But this guy is preventing me from getting the evidence. So give him to me. Let me keep him so that I'll be able to go and get the evidence. Hey. I don't understand. I don't understand. But maybe those who are taking the decisions, they understand. They understand better than I do, and I don't want to pretend like I understand.
Right.
Because this one, I don't understand. And I've seen people, by virtue of the work I've been doing in the courts, I've seen people being brought to court and being charged, being prosecuted. I have never seen this before. That the Attorney General, the Prosecutor General, comes to court and say that, like when Adu-Boahene was charged, then the Attorney General come to court and tell the court that, my lords, I've charged this man, but I'm trying to gather evidence, but he's interfering with the evidence. So give it to us. Let's keep him so that I can go and get my evidence. That's like pampering. It's pampering, like you're pampering some pumping child. I find it very difficult to understand, but that's what it is. And so I am very sure that in his confinement, he's thinking. He's a human being. I can't imagine that I get confined and I can't go anywhere because of an investigation that is ongoing. Meanwhile, I've been charged. I'm supposed to actually be preparing my defense. But right now, the person is being kept from preparing his own defense because the Attorney General says that the case I have against the guy, I haven't finished getting all my evidence. So let me keep him so that I can get all my evidence. Meanwhile, this evidence you are gathering, the rules are that when you are finished, when you gather all of it, you are supposed to give it all to this same person and let that person prepare his own defense to come and defend himself. So me, I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. But the AG, he's a doctor. You
can't teach him law.
I can't teach him. So he knows better than I do. But media, I don't understand.
Right.
But the bottom line is that I think he is forced to raise issues because it's getting complicated. And a man gets to a place where you have to sometimes speak for yourself. I am reliably informed that most of the time when he was detained and interrogated, he never answered any question from his interrogators because he thought that the questions they were asking were issues of national security.
Yes.
And he's under oath not to disclose them to the people who were asking him. If there were a different set of people who were asking him, probably can make disclosures. Right. But the people who were interrogating him, he was not under any obligation to disclose those details to him. But I'm sure that in the confinement, sometimes when you are confined, you think. So in the confinement, he's starting to think to say that, look, maybe I have to speak. I have to say something. Because if I'm not careful, I could be taken for granted.
Right.
So maybe that is why he's speaking. But let's see how it goes. For me, the AG has to come to court and come and prove all the charges. The 11 counts. Every one of them. You have to come and prove. And the standard is very high. Beyond reasonable doubt. Good morning.
Ibrahim.
Well, so Adu-Boahene and his lawyers have Adu-Boahene.
Yes.
Sorry. Adu-Boahene and his lawyers have deployed a strategy. Does it come to me as a surprise? No. Because I've heard the lead lawyer, Samuel Atachian, speak to this. And he flagged the national security argument. So it didn't come to me as a surprise that they had cause to write to the National Security Coordinator, bringing this information before his attention. Now, I look at it two ways. One is the fact that, okay, so I created a different account, very similar to the account of the office I heard it.
Private BNC, we are told.
Exactly, the private BNC. But it's for national security reason. That's the explanation. I created it because that's what national security intelligence dictated. Now, I'm being accused of diverting funds meant for the state. First of all, I procured some gadgets at a certain price, $7 million. But instead of paying the $7 million, I paid just about $1 million.
Right.
And then I kept the $6 million for my private use. That's basically.
You know what? We'll just put a pin in there. We need to go for a quick break. So hold your horses there. When we come back from the break, we'll take off from where you left off. This is still GA Today here on GHOne Television. Well, you're still watching the Breakfast Review segment on GA Today on GHOne Television. Ibrahim, Alhassan, before we left, we had to go for that break, you were talking about the issues raised against Kwabena Adu-Boahene.
Yes, that he's diverted some funds belonging to the National Signals Bureau or belonging to the state into a private account. And that the amount at which he bought those gadgets were not the same amount that he paid. Right, so he bought at a particular $7 million, paid $1 million, and then the $6 million, the state wanted to know where the
money went.
Good. So in his letter from the Yoko cells, he has indicated where that money went. But first, the question about how come we purchased gadget at this amount and paid that amount will be answered in court. Because that question is still outstanding. Okay, so we paid less, and then the remaining amount, when we went to Parliament to have the National Signals Bureau bill passed, we paid allowances to members of two committees. In fact, when we put them together, it's 1.26 million Ghana cedis. So members of the Defense and Interior Committee and the subsidiary paid allowances, and the subsidiary legislation committee, they also paid allowances.
Before that committee, subsidiary legislation, who was the chairman?
I'm told, contrary to popular narrative, that it's Dr. Dominic Ayine.
Yes.
By then it was rather Yunus of Cedi. That was before the December 7 elections 2020. This bill was passed before the elections.
But Dominic Ayine was a member?
He was a member, yes.
Okay.
He was a member. Okay. So contrary to very popular understanding.
Let's check the payment. When was the payment made?
We said when?
Yeah, when was the payment made?
No, the payment was linked to the passage of the bill. So you should check when the bill was passed.
It was 2020. The bill was passed 2020.
Yes,
but I've seen 2024 somewhere.
No, 2024, that one was just, and that's the question being asked that. The amount in question came up for scrutiny within the period of 2020. So if we pay something in 2024, right?
No, but it said 2020 to 2024. If you check, let me go on.
Okay.
Go
so
on.
I'm looking at the statement again.
Yes. Look at the subsidiary.
Parliamentary special enactment of NSB LI with a question mark.
Yes.
309,000 in 2024. MP's allowance, subsidiary legislation committee.
Yes, LI is different from the act.
That's different.
Yes,
but I'm talking about.
So that time, that's one.
And that was in 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
That one, the enactment of the
that was the act.
Yes.
The LI is different from the act.
Yes.
Legislative, that operation. So look at 2024. Who was the chair?
No, 2024 is the AG, the Dominic Ayine chair. In fact, before his appointment, he was still chairing.
Yes. So the LI is different from the act. So people should not say it.
As in before the 2024 elections.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He was chairing because usually subsidiary legislation is chaired by
the minority, the
MP or the minority MP. So that is said, and then you come to assistance or funds given to the opposition party. The name of that opposition party is not mentioned.
Opposition parties.
No, party. It didn't say party, so it said party.
It said
opposition party, yes.
So the assumption is that it was payment to the NDC. So let's just even assume without admitting that that's the case. I find that
it was for getting equipment to collate election results.
Okay, yes. So the another administration, through its national security setup, found it necessary and prudent that, contrary to a narrative that we have been fed, that the NDC has never been able to collate results in its life. Maybe
that's where 2024 they went for. don't go there.
No, I'm coming. Don't worry.
Don't go there.
Oh, don't worry. And that government, through its national security, spent money to procure gadgets.
If you people know what security people do in this country, that's why it's not good.
Security must be logical. Security must make sense.
You see, you don't know.
No, my brother. See,
if security people even deal with armed robbers to get information,
if NDC is not able to collate election results, Ghana will not bend. Charlie, it must be logical, my brother. Abba.
Sometimes security issues.
You don't worry.
If you talk about protection,
sometimes security
have your say. You have your say. Allow him to have his say.
See.
I'm not even saying that the money was given to NDC.
No, don't worry. We've seen the publications. We know the report, and we know what this strategy is meant to do. We know that. So we will not behave like the ostrich and bury our heads in the sand. Here's the thing: in the US, when they are going for elections, security for opposition elements are heightened. So government will then procure gadgets for government to use in protecting opposition element, right? That's done. If I'm told that security details were enhanced, advanced, gadgets were procured to provide security for opposition element,
that would have been more convincing for
that happens. That happens. But to say that a party could not collate results, and so
why are we even jumping the gun on this matter?
Oh, but
the man has just given information.
No,
we'll get to know the details. So we should not conclude whether it's NDC, PAC, or CPP.
Oh, but the stories are there in that regard. The point I'm making
but
is
the stories are people's opinion.
It could also be other opposition parties.
Yes.
Because to be honest with you, national security serves the interests of the governing parties. It happens. As we speak today, national security will serve the interests of the NDC. Akufo-Addo's national security served the interests of the NPP and his interests, right? So here's the thing. There are some opposition parties which were not in opposition. Trust me. They were in opposition on paper. But indeed, they aligned
so
with
the money
government.
is given to them.
Oh, you're not getting me. We see. So when you say that, why are we saying the opposition party is NDC? I'll grant that.
Yes.
That it might be some other opposition party.
Yes.
But not NDC.
Yes.
But in this case, that opposition party cannot help the cause of Adu-Boahene. You get the point? Which opposition party is in power today that if he decides to say that everything that has happened is national security, if we put this man on trial, it will endanger the peace and stability of the nation. So therefore, let's suspend everything. That will be NDC, right? So the point, and to wrap up on this, see, it's a strategy. If the legal team of Adu-Boahene feels it's helpful, why not? And I feel strongly that it's because the team feels the AG has equally not been fair to him by publicly mentioning these matters and then going further to talk about what uses the proceeds were put to. So I've seen some houses that had like stay clear of this particular house. It's under investigation by Yoko and what have you, and we told that those properties belong to Adu-Boahene. In this letter, he talks about it, that many of those properties that have been linked to this money, that's 49 million, are not really for himself and then the wife. The little properties that are for them, they acquired them before this case, this 2020 transaction, right? The point I'm making is that they should have their day in court.
Yes.
The AG, I like the fact that the AG has not spoken to this. Whatever answer he has, he should go and provide it in court.
He should have never have spoken. If you ask me.
Right. Yes, I'm done.
And he also mentions Raymond Acha and how he believes that Raymond is not helping the cause, he's distorting the
That one will be done in court.
In court, we'll get to understand.
Court, yes.
I would
Look, the first time my senior brother, I'm not a learned person, Dr. Dominic Ayine held that famous press conference. I said it here, that I didn't see it to be prudent. You have claimed that you have so much information on a government official, a public official. You have so much information that can nail him in court of law. And the first place you go is to hold a press conference to give out all the details about his transactions on this matter. That's the first. The first place to prosecute this matter is a court of public opinion. That's one. Then you do all this investigation. You say you have already done and you charge the person. You now go to court. The person has gone, sought bail, granted bail, is gone. You go back and say that you are taking evidence from witnesses. I have reported in court before for some time. I have never seen this before. I'm not a lawyer, so listeners should forgive me. That you have witnesses that you want to take evidence from, and therefore the person who has been granted bail, the accused person, should be incarcerated
because it's interfering.
Oh my goodness! So what evidence? Based on what evidence did they charge the man? What evidence? Is it a wit? So they are they don't have any concrete thing. They will base all their trial or their prosecution on the witnesses of state people, prosecution witnesses. And we all know in this country, prosecution witnesses have appeared before court, and their evidence has been thrown out, have been described as rubbish, self-seeking. If you have a concrete case, the man you've charged him, you've taken him to court. Now you say they should remind him, you want to take evidence from witnesses. And therefore, he's interfering with those witnesses. You are telling that first of all, he knows the witnesses, right? Is that not it? He knows the witnesses. The man has just written a letter from the cells of Yoko. You think that if he knows the witnesses you are talking to, he cannot write from the cells of Yoko to those witnesses? You think he cannot write if you say you are incarcerating him? He has written a letter, a damning letter from cells of Yoko. If you look at his ending, he said he wrote it from the cells of Yoko. If he knows that you are presume you are saying that he knows the witnesses you want to take evidence from, and therefore if he's allowed to walk free, he will interfere with the evidence. And I'm asking a simple question. You think that if you assume that he knows those people, he will not write letters to those people that don't talk to them? Look, this country, I think that we are doing things that are not logical. This law, people say law, me I say the law is an ass. It is not logical to me. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know why all these years I have not tried to be one. Because sometimes I listen to lawyers and, Charlie, this thing, it doesn't common sense. You see, it doesn't make sense to me. But you have asked why this man is doing what he's doing. People have been asking, why has he done this? You think that it's just about when the Attorney General held the press conferences and said that this man has acquired all these properties. You think that he has not done something to his reputation, even if they were not true? Now it's all over the place. Somebody called me from Qatar and said that, hey, Adu-Boahene 30, how many houses? Over 30 houses, the man is greedy. I said, these are just allegations. And you think the man will not write something to also say that, look, it may not help his cause even in this case, but to say that 5.1 million Ghana cedis was given to a presidential, the aid of president-elect.
Special aid to the president-elect
in 2024. It may not have direct correlation with this case. It may not.
Yes.
But people will be asking, so which presidential aid received that money? It puts something in the minds of Ghanaians.
In fact, 3 vehicles.
3 vehicles.
Yes.
To buy 3 vehicles. As for getting cars for president-elect, armored cars, is very important. But which special presidential aid was in charge of that? And that money paid to the person. I'm asking, I don't know whether the money was given and those cars bought. The specifications were given by the presidential aid for those cars to be bought. That's why the monies were given. Or it is the money that was used to buy the cars and the cars presented to the presidential aid. These are questions that the man has thrown out there. Because you have thrown out issues about him, let me also muddy the waters. That's what he has done. You have said that he has chopped some of the money. I said that probably if you say I chop, he's saying that he did not chop. If anything at all, he gave some of the money to MPs who passed his law. You see what you are doing? And what I'm hearing, there is even more. They are even damning ones.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
They are even damning ones. And that is why his lawyer cautioned that don't try the person in the court of public opinion. If you have evidence, go to court. Why would you be holding press conferences about somebody? Because he held the second one, right? About the same Adu-Boahene.
Yes.
And now you...
The last parliament, what was it? The 8th parliament or the 9th parliament?
8th parliament.
The last parliament was the 8th. So this is the 9th one.
This is the 9th one.
Hey, that 8th parliament, that hung parliament.
Yes.
Hey.
Okay. You see, so, my brother, these are the issues. I have always said that facts are not necessarily evidence in court. You know that. Facts. You may have the fact that somebody murdered somebody, but the evidence before court will not show that. You have the fact. Everybody will see he murdered the person, but they will be able to, if you are not able to prove that with the evidence that he murdered the person, It will be nothing. So all these things people are saying about he has done ABCD, it will be based on evidence and not rumors. Evidence and not rumors. And not rumors. That would determine this matter. So me, who am I? As a
wait for their days.
We have a days in court.
For the AG to be able
Look, AG has his plans how to prosecute this case. And I think that's the way they want to do it, by holding press conferences and also detaining Adu-Boahene and taking evidence. That is their strategy.
See, when the court starts sitting on this matter,
yes.
If this matter makes it to court and prosecution,
it is already in court. Why do you say it makes it to court?
No, sometimes you can file something in court
and you will not be called.
This AG, haven't we seen him when he came to office, went to court and say, my lord, this case I'm withdrawing.
Yes.
Oh my lord, this case nolly prosecute. Didn't we see?
No, but that was past government
of course, but it is still the AG. So I'm just saying that there's nothing that shows that.
Let me ask my last
he
question.
himself can send a case to court and decide that, oh my lord,
it's allowed.
I'm
not sure this will happen.
Would it surprise you?
No, I'm not sure it will. It will surprise
the
me.
AG goes to a case, goes to court with a case and goes to withdraw.
No, not this one.
No, but I'm sure that's why. In fact, initially, and that's by way of information. Initially, you mentioned why the AG has preferred charges and still praying to the court that they should remand him as a result of
evidence that is taking interference.
Because the AG mentioned that there's another leg of the investigation that has got to do with supply of internet to Ghana Water Company Limited.
Yes, but it is not separate. Yes, but it's not.
He's not in charge of that one at all.
Yes,
I get that. So when they went to the AG or the state went to the judge, the argument is that we are conducting other investigations relative to the same man, but there is a possibility of witness tampering.
No.
Why do you do this? What kind of? It doesn't make sense to me.
Let's go again.
Based on this kind of argument,
you arrange somebody. You arrange somebody
based on
before
evidence.
court. You bring a charge sheet. Based on the charge sheet,
yes,
the person is entitled to bail. The lawyers argue for bail. In his case, he was already on a court bail. So you tell the court that you want the person's bail rescinded. Why? Because you are trying to get evidence that you are going to use in the matter before the court.
Right.
If you want to tell the court that you are trying to get evidence to use in another investigation you are doing,
that is not before the court.
This case is not before me. Right. What is before me is this fact that you have brought. So the court will not entertain you. The reason why the court gave you entertainment is because you said the guy is tampering with evidence you are trying to collect to be able to prosecute him in the case that you have brought.
In fact, witnesses.
Yes.
That the AG had equally mentioned that there are some witnesses whom he's entered into a deal with, and he makes them sign an agreement. So you become witnesses for the prosecution. The AG mentioned that in his address.
Yeah, that's allowed.
Good. The argument, and I heard Atatian speak to this specifically, that the freedom of Adu-Boahene will give him the opportunity to tamper with these witnesses. No, I heard that. So Atatian's argument is that, okay.
Atatian said that?
No. Yeah, Atatian said that was what the AG, argument the AG made before the judge, right? Because this was behind closed doors. And Atatian's argument is that, okay, then why wouldn't the AG, for instance, decide to collect all the witnesses, pick them up, and go and hide them somewhere? If one individual, Adu-Boahene, can have muscles that can undo whatever the state power is. You get the point. So I get that. But the point I'm making is that...
No, don't bring this water company thing, because that one is not before court.
No, I get that.
You cannot go to court and
says he will file separate charges.
Yes.
On that one. No problem. We heard that. We heard that one. The point I'm making is that, and to wrap up on this.
Okay.
They should all have their day
in court. That's my lessons to them.
I've heard many people say that what Adu-Boahene wrote has got nothing to do with the case, the merit or demerit of the case. You should leave that to the judge.
I only have one question. The question I have is that in this our country, tomorrow will always come.
Yeah.
Because we always live in tomorrow. We never live in yesterday. As we are here right now, today, it was tomorrow to yesterday. As we sit here, we are all looking for tomorrow, which is Saturday. When Saturday comes, we'll be looking for Sunday. So tomorrow will come.
The total amount.
Now that you are able to take somebody to court, charge the person is on the bail. We rescind the bail and keep the person. Why? Because we suspect that the person will tamper with evidence that we are trying to gather. So detain the person so that we can go and gather our evidence. When we finish gathering the evidence, then you can release the person. It will be done to somebody else.
Don't worry. I'm asking a question.
Yes.
I don't know any of you can. How much is or if you put all together about Adu-Boahene, how much is it?
It's 49 million.
Ghana
It's more than that.
The breakdown. I've not done the math.
No, the charge sheet.
No, the amount.
The amount itself. You see, if you look at the charges, the 49 million has been repeated several times.
I've done it. I've done the checks.
I've seen somebody say 90 something.
There is a 27 million.
Okay.
Then there is a 26 million.
Okay.
Then there's 1 million.
Okay.
And then there's 49 million.
So making
when you sum it up, it's about 98 million.
Okay.
And then the $7 million
that
they talk about, if you convert it into cedis,
it's
about 105 million Ghana cedis.
They were using they are using a rate
now.
Yes, I'm just back then it might be lower.
Yes.
It might be way lower than even the current figure.
In fact, if you look at the time they mentioned, it will be around the 49 million or something, $7 million. If you look at the time.
Okay.
So even if you take 98 million, if you take the dollar rate, how much is it now?
It's 13 point something.
Okay. Divide that by 98. How much is Segleme thing?
Segleme was 200 million.
No. There are some. I think the real thing in court was about $177 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was the 200 million was earmarked for it.
Yes,
but another
So $177 million. That one has been taken out of court.
Yeah, there was no financial loss. Yes.
Okay. I close my case.
Guys, thank you so much. And I like the way you ended, trying to leave the questions in the minds of the people. Awudu Mahama, thank you so much. And Wilberforce Asare, thank you. Ibrahim Alhassan, thank you so much for having the conversation. This is the Breakfast Review segment. And we'll return with the interview I promised you. Former President of Mauritius will be joining me in studio. We'll be talking about her journey. We'll be talking about women empowerment. We'll be looking at examples we can learn from Mauritius as well. Stick and stay with me. television. This is GH Today, and we have a very special interview today. We are looking at celebrating a woman who defied odds, a woman who set the bar so high, a woman who is a shining example to so many, not only in her home country of Mauritius, but also across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest for this interview is the former president of Mauritius in the person of Dr. Amina Gurib-Fakim. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm doing great.
Right.
Yes, wonderful.
And how is Ghana treating you so far?
Oh, Ghana treats me so well that when I come here, it's like home to home. It's been a great few weeks, hectic but productive.
What brings you to Ghana this time around?
I've been invited to speak at the conference organized by Yams and Associates with managing the talent exodus. Right. And this is a conversation that must be had, especially from our continent, because if we keep on losing the talent, we are going to be in trouble, because at the end of the day, the resources, the riches of this continent remains the youth. And we have to embrace it, we have to train it, we have to retain it, but more importantly, we have to really add value and valorize them for their true worth. So that's our riches, and we had a very nice conversation the other day, precisely looking at this issue.
Right. You have a very rich science background, and for women who also are aspiring or shooting in that particular stead, how easy or difficult was it for you?
Interesting you should say that, because I've never had any plan in my life. It's been driven by passion.
Right.
It's been driven by seizing opportunities. It's been driven also by the ability and, of course, the appetite for taking risk. And when you put this combination together, it's a very powerful combination. And you just go with what you enjoy doing. And what I say to young girls and young women, always be passionate about what you do, because if you're passionate about what you're doing, you will not have to work a single day in your life.
I've heard that, and I've also heard people say that, well, we have passion, but the system does not allow that passion to fester, and so we have to leave, go to other places to be able to make the passion pay.
I was trained, I'm a girl from the south. I got trained in the north, but I chose to come back to the south, and I thrive in the south.
Right.
It was not easy, but it's the choices you make. And the grass is always greener elsewhere. And I feel, and I still believe, that there is a lot to be made. When I say make, I say made in terms of projects, in terms of leaving a legacy. And there's so much that we can achieve here in the global south. And now, if you look at it geopolitically, I don't know why we keep calling ourselves the global south. And because we are 88% of the world population. So we really need to relook at ourselves and relook at our resources. When I say resources, not just what's under the soil,
right,
but also in terms of the mine.
And it's quite interesting, because here in Ghana, for instance, we've had a situation where our nurses are living in drones.
Yes.
They're leaving the country for varied reasons. We're told, well, it's not just the economy, but also because of the fact that some feel that they do not have the facilities that would further strengthen or make them do what they have to do professionally.
Yes. It's a fact that many of the talented people here are migrating elsewhere. But I think what we have to really think at our level here in our countries is how to create the ecosystem that will make this talent revert back to the country. And I think we have a very good example with China. It's done exactly that. It didn't force anybody to come, because China has had bad press over so many years. What it did in the past 40 years is remarkable. And it has invested in the space, and now people from best Western trained scientists, engineers, they're all going back to Africa. So they're all going back to China. So I think what we have to do is see what ecosystem we are providing for our youth, not just to attract the talented diaspora, but also retain our own talent here on the continent.
And from what you've seen governments on the continent do, does it look like we are going in that direction?
If you look at the entire African continent, we are 54 countries,
yes,
and there are many green shoots happening across the continent. I mean, I look for a country like Morocco, for example. I've been there and I've seen what they are building. And there is a very good example that we can replicate across Africa. Why I say replicate? Because this country, Morocco, is phosphate, and the company which is of course extracting the phosphate is investing in one major institution, one major university, and this is helping the country because it's not only creating the talent that the company needs, but it's also attracting precisely the diaspora back to Morocco, and that's what we need. We need that kind of mixing of ideas, and of course we know, I'm a scientist, I know that if you inbreed, it makes the genetic pool that much poorer. But if you bring talent from outside, you can make it richer. And that's one model which I think will be replicated elsewhere. And why? Because Africa is resource rich. And if we develop this, I don't see why the talent which are in the continent, well, not just in the continent, but of course in other continents, will not be tempted to come back to Africa.
I've had that conversation that Africa is really rich in terms of resources, among others. But then what would you say is the challenge that is preventing us from hitting our fullest potential?
You know, there are too many interference. And when you're resource rich, very often it's perceived to be a resource curse.
Right.
Because everybody wants the resource that we have. But, you know, we have to get our house in order, and we have to get train people to read the fine print when contracts are being signed. We need to invest in the institutions. We need to invest in the resources that we need to extract them, and really create strategic partnership. It's happening. Again, green shoots, but not enough. Having said that, right, I'm not going to be an apologist for what's happening across the continent, where there are many, of course, downsides. But having said this, we still have a 60-plus years post-independence history. We're still learning the ropes. And if you look at the international architecture, it is skewed against Africa. It's skewed against what we call the global south. So how do we break away from that system? I mean, this is something that the conversation we must have, be it at the level of the African Union, be it at the level of other institutions which are present in the continent here, and which, of course, wants precisely for us to break away from that cycle of debt, from that cycle of issues which have dragged the continent down.
And over the years, we've seen all these discussions had at the ECOWAS level, for the ECOWAS bloc, at the AU level. Leaders have had conversations like these, and it looks like we know the challenges, but then there is something that is preventing us from really taking the bull by the horn and saying we're going this way. The political will seems to be lacking.
As you say, and those who choose to challenge the status quo, I mean, many of our leaders have been disposed of, they've been killed. Right? So we need to ask our question as to why this is happening. Again, as I said, if we look at the debt, for example, I am on an initiative with other past presidents to look at the debt issue on the continent. And, you know, it is shocking that after independence, we've had the continent, many countries growing, and then all of a sudden, in the 1970s, everything just went down. Why? Because there were dictates from multilateral institutions pushing, for example, our economy, which of course they are fledgling industries. We have been forced to expose it to the forces of the market. We're not ready for it. And many countries, many institutions talk about, we should do away with protectionism. But it is precisely this approach which has helped many of company industries and, of course, institutions in the global north emerge. So we really need to relook at our model. And if you look again at China, 40 years, they've closed themselves onto themselves, and they have invested in their institution, and now we see China thriving and calling the shot.
So we really have the resources and the ability to win ourselves off these multinational companies, Bretton Woods institutions, and the impact, because that's where our debts are going.
I will just use one country as an example. It is not exactly the flavor of the month, as we say, but look at Burkina Faso.
Right.
We look at Niger. I mean, Niger has been, they have uranium, but they were forced to sell it at 0.80 cents of the euro, as opposed to what the market rate is at $220. So Niger just took hold of its resources and went that way. We know the repercussions on these countries, but at the end of the day, how do you break the cycle? That's the question we need to have. ask ourselves.
That's the hard question we need to
It's
ask.
a hard question, but it takes, of course, a lot of strong leadership to actually break from that cycle so that the resource doesn't become a curse. The resource becomes a conduit through which we will grow our economy, because we owe it to our children. We owe it to the young people of this continent that the country has to work with them and for them.
So when you look at Burkina Faso and what is happening there currently, what's your reading into what's happening? What do you see?
You know, I see, precisely as you have said, countries and young leaders wanting to break away from the cycle of debt, break away from the cycle of poverty. And these countries are so resource rich. I mean, Burkina Faso is sitting on gold. Mali is sitting on gold. Niger is sitting on uranium and so many other resources that they have. Why can't these resources work for the country? And this is a question that these young leaders are asking. Why is it that the resource we have cannot be used, cannot be deployed to address the poverty issues on the continent? And interestingly, for so long, Burkina Faso was under the radar. And why is it now in the purview of everybody? It's because they're challenging the status quo. And how other countries will tackle this remains to be seen.
Interesting. But let's talk about leadership, because you rose through the ranks to hit the highest office in your country. We would say it's male-dominated. You decided to break the barriers. Now, in your earlier submissions, you talked about two things: passion and the fact that you go for what you when you want something, you really go for it. Was that what contributed to you breaking that glass ceiling and becoming the first female president of Mauritius?
First of all, I'll make you smile. There is no glass ceiling. There's only a pile of men out there. That's preventing us from moving.
So there's no glass ceiling. It's just a pile of men out there.
Preventing.
Right.
You know, politics remains very male-dominated. Whilst we are all advocating for more women at the helm, the system goes against us.
Right.
I was at the juncture where I could take that risk, because I had already left my post of academic. I had moved to become an entrepreneur. So the conditions was right for me to make that leap. That leap was not easy because it involved risk-taking, because you know how it is when you are in opposition, the backlash, what it means. Yeah. But I was kind of independent enough in my career at that time to be able to make that risk. And also at that time, the country was at the cusp of changes, and one party has been there for 10 years and they wanted new faces. So I tick the boxes. I tick the boxes of new face, politically not contaminated, because I was an academic and I was an entrepreneur. I come from a minority religion, which is Islam, and of course by faith I'm Muslim. I'm a woman. I had some credibility, so I tick all the boxes.
Okay.
And they said, if we are going to put your name for president, what do you think? What do you say? I said, first of all, I think you make a mistake, because I don't have a name, and I've never dabbled in the world of politics. I say, at the end of the day, what have I got to lose? So I say, let's go for it. And my name in the newspaper became a sounding board for people to say, why not? So when people were voting in that particular election cycle, they knew that at some point they would have this Muslim woman as president. The backlash was terrible, as you can imagine, a pile of men up there. But I stood my ground, and they won with a landslide. And one day at the end of the election, the counting, I turned off my computer. I said, I shall be president. And I did.
Wow. So how did you overcome the obstacles, the gender bias, the stereotypes? Like you mentioned, you are from a minority side. So how did you navigate through all of that?
You just stay focused. Once you make that decision that I say, okay, I'll try, and you have to be aware that there will be backlash in the event the party loses, whatever. But, you have to risk it. You have to take that risk. Otherwise, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But once you take that decision, you have to remain steadfast on that decision. And then once you're there, then you have to shape it according to your vision. And I only had one vision, the vision of women in science. And when you empower women with science, you can transform economies, you can transform communities. I see that here in this country, where when women are empowered, women feed Africa, women feed Ghana. Let's be honest about this. So how much more productivity can we get if we get that woman really empowered? with the tools of technology, with access to finance, you name it, it's all there. So how do we make it happen? Through empowerment, through role modeling. And for me, personally, when people will ask me, what is my legacy? I say my legacy is that little girl in my village, she must be able to say, I can do it because she's done it before me. That's it.
That's the legacy.
That's the legacy. So they can dream to dare. They can dream to say, I can go to the highest position without any baggage of politics because someone else has done it before me. So why can't I do it? And this is the mindset that we need to have among our young girls, is to inculcate in them this appetite for taking risks. And this will happen, having said this, when you have a motivated and an enlightened father. Because my father said to me all the time that, go girl, there's nothing that you can't do. You're intelligent enough to do whatever you dream of doing. So go out there and do it. When you have that kind of confidence built in you at an early age, nothing cannot be done. It opens doors.
That brings me to the cultural and the societal issues that usually become thorns in the ways of young women who want to get to their best potential. How do we break away from those ones, and how do we deal with them?
You know, interestingly, that when I was in academia, I was looking at the evolution of many of these girls who actually join universities. The best students coming out of universities, when I was I was professor at the university, were women. They were doing fantastically well. But when you look at their career progression, many of them get stuck at middle management level. And there's a reason for that, because society still imposes a lot on women. If a man comes home late, that man is working hard for his family. If a woman comes home late, she's selfish. She's only looking after her own career. I mean, I have been thrown this all the time in my life. But again, you don't need to read the headlines to know who you are. I knew what I was doing, and my family knew who I was. So for me, that was enough. But psychologically, it plays on you. So women do not, for example, network as much as men can and are able to. They don't have this fantastic happy hour they can go network, because if they did that, dinner will not be ready, the kid will, the lesson and everything, the homework will not be done. There's still a lot of pressure on women from that angle. So this is the kind of thing that we have to, again, bring in within our family. Boys and girls, they all have equal responsibility. The husband and the woman, they have equal responsibility. A child is made by a husband and a wife. It's not just the wife's responsibility. So up until we have also the regulations in the country, because increasingly countries are now opting for parental leave. A father, they can take leave to look after the family, paternity leave. So these are issues that and also in the workplace, is the woman comfortable enough that there is a creche there for the child to be there? So these are instances we have to put in place within our society to break that cycle that it's all for the women, the chores, looking after the elderly, looking after the in-laws, looking after the family. No, it's not the case. It has to be ways and means of addressing this. And also there's one thing that people don't realize. When you are a scientist, for example, you are working in university, you take maternity leave, very often you have to take up to 1 year. When that person gets back, she's already behind, because she hasn't published enough, and she will be, of course, judged by virtue of publication portfolio and all the rest of it. And I think this should be flagged into the system, that this is not a negative. If she hasn't left, she has just kind of, there has been an interregnum in the course of a career. But nonetheless, again, institution has to work around it. Why I say this? I say this very, very simply. We have 52% of population who are women, and no team can win a football match by leaving 52% of the team on the bench. So we need to bring in as I say, and people also ask me, are women and men equal? I said, no, women and men are not equal. Women and men are complementary. We need both. We need both. When you talk about gender, it's men and women, but we need the talent, we need the ingenuity, and the way of doing things is different for women. So if we bring these two together, I don't see why a country like Ghana cannot really make massive progress.
Interesting. Now, I'm looking at all that you're saying. I'm listening to you, and I'm looking also at the fact that when you became president of Mauritius, a lot of young girls saw that, well, it is possible
Yes.
to aim for the highest office of the land. So as president, were there specific policies that you put in place to bring these women along, these young girls along? Were there specific policies you could point to?
You know, the policies are all there. The policies are all there. It's the implementation.
Right.
But implementation doesn't have to come, like, for example, the percentage of women who are eligible to stand for election. You can have the policies. Women sometimes get voted, sometimes they don't get voted. So all the policies are there because we adhere to so many conventions. But it's the role modeling. It's a generational thing. How do you actually grapple with these ideas, and then brings the woman on board, bring her to speak, and build the self-confidence, because everything is stacked against the woman, stacked against the girl. So how do we do that? I mean, in many parts of Africa, for example, girls cannot go to school for 1 week per month, right? They don't, when you look at their books, I mean, all they see are progress made by men, right? Now, I'll just tell you a story. There was a debate, men and women. The man says, you know, we have this done by men, IT developed by men, this done by men have walked on the moon. The woman says, they asked her, what do you have to say on this? They should just turn around and say, yeah, we gave birth to all. So that's our contribution, right? So everything is there, but we have to kind of really bring it together so that we see, as I said, the issue is no longer kind of image, the issue now is economic. We need to bring to bear the talent of women for the economies.
So when we empower women economically, we are actually empowering the entire nation.
You're empowering a family, you're empowering a society, you're empowering a community, you're empowering a country. So that's why I always say that everything goes through the empowerment of women.
Are we going about it rightly? Because I've heard, you mentioned something that you disagree that men and women are equal. Men are different, women are different. But when you listen to the empowerment messages we keep hearing, it seeks to say, well, we are equal, we are this, we are that. Are we going about the empowerment well?
You know, sometimes there are very many cliches. I mean, you're not equal to your wife, right? You're complementary, right? So this kind of narrative we need to change. But when women say that they are equal, what they mean is, let me be respected for my rights. Let me get equal pay for what I do. I don't see why a professor at university in Legon, for example, University of Ghana, and a woman professor should get 2/3 the salary of the man. She's doing the same job. So this is the kind of messaging that they want. Bring the respect that the woman deserves and demands, because at the end of the day, she's doing the same job as a man. So I suppose part of the narrative is precisely this.
Right.
How do you respect me as an equal by virtue of what I do? And
interesting. And now let me also just quickly talk about this particular situation, mentorship. How crucial is it?
It's critical to have good mentors, and I think this is where the 6th region of the African Union, the diaspora, has a very key role to play. Okay. I'm not going to say that the diaspora has to be brain gain vis-a-vis the diaspora back to Africa. It will not happen in the short term until we get all the conditions correct, right. But I think it is kind of the moral responsibility of many of the diaspora to mentor the young on this continent if they really want to contribute, and getting to see what they can do, what has been the task, the way they have emerged is very, very powerful. So we need mentorship, we need that role model, so that the child growing in any village in Africa can say, hey, this woman here, she's done this, she's gone there. Even your nurses who are leaving, I mean, if they actually climb the ladder, for example, let's say in the NHS in the UK, that girl who wants to become a nurse one day should say, well, somebody has done it. So it is the moral responsibility for them to give that much of the time to do that role modeling, to do that mentoring as well, so that they feel that they have contributed something to the country of origin.
Right. And when you were talking, you mentioned about, you talked about the fact that, well, in some periods in the girl's life, she has to go off school and all of that. Well, let me announce to you that here, we've launched a policy that is providing free sanitary towels to girls in secondary school. So
absolutely.
It ends period poverty, and in rural areas as well.
So you see, you already put the boy and the girl on equal space, because she feels that she's been valued and valorized for who she is. By virtue of her gender, this is no longer a handicap. Yes.
Exactly. So what similarities do you draw between Mauritius and Ghana? You've been here a couple of times. What similarities do you see?
You have a new leadership for the past few months. I have seen the contribution of leaders right from the start, since 1957, when you had Kwame Nkrumah. He has been a giant for this country. And we've had similar people in Mauritius as well, who has been who we call now the fathers of the nation. He was the father of the nation. And so interestingly, you see him as a statue at the African Union. So I think we've had visionaries. And these visionaries, they have kind of laid the groundwork, the pillars on which the country should emerge. And I can draw a parallel there between our leader who has taken us right to independence, and same thing with Kwame Nkrumah. In terms of economies, you are such a big country, we are so small, but you have so many resources that we don't have. But I think together we can do many things. Right. We can leverage what we have done, what we have achieved in terms of building the pillars of our country. And here, when I say we, I really mean in terms as members of the African Union. There's a lot of exchange we can do, and we can learn from what you have done as well in many sectors. So I think there's ground for a lot of overlap in terms of bringing to bear what we both have and ensure that we can create a better future.
Exciting. But looking at all that you do, now you're an entrepreneur. You've done academia, you've been president. Do you find time to relax in all of this?
And that's part of the process, relaxing, coming here.
And how do you relax, really?
I enjoy reading, I enjoy gardening. I like gardening very much. I've got quite an extensive collection of plants at home.
Right.
But it's mostly reading. And when you read, and this is a message I have for people as well, for young kids, and I know we are bombarded by social media every day, but I think get back to books, read. And when you read, please don't go ChatGPT for all your homework. Get back to writing, get back to reading. Read, of course, what African writers have written, right? Read Soli Wole Soyinka, for example, out just next door. Chinua Achebe. I've got his books. There's so many writers who have been great writers, and get to these roots and get to see what the messaging that they have been bringing about. And there's another writer, he writes in French, France Fanon, and he has given a different perspective to the entire legacy of colonialism. So I think our kids should read these. Our kids should know our history. Our kids should know that mathematics came from Africa 22,000 years ago, from a place called in DRC, through a bone called the Ishango bone. Our kids must know the history of Greater Zimbabwe. They must know about the Dogon people in Mali. They must know the Ashanti, the queen that actually saved by taking the stool away. So these are things that our kids must know. And unfortunately, the school curriculum, does not lay enough emphasis on history. So we need to, because if you don't know history, we will keep on repeating the same mistakes, and we will never progress. So get our kids to learn history, get our kids to know the culture that shaped us, and get them to become true Africans.
Amazing. Have you tried any Ghanaian food yet?
Oh, I love your jollof rice.
You love our jollof? It's the best jollof, by the way.
I had a great debate with Nigeria and Senegal.
It's no longer.
There's no comparison.
It's settled. Nigerians know for a fact that what they call jollof cannot be compared to what we have here.
Okay.
Yeah, they call something jollof. I don't know what that is. But look, to the young lady watching you this morning, very inspired by your story, all the accomplishments that you've been able to grab, what really would be your message for that young lady?
I would say that she needs to believe in herself. Life will not be a straight line. She will fall, but she must ensure that the recovery is V-shaped. And just like the tennis ball falls, but it goes really high. And never give up, believe in yourself, and believe in your talent, and work with your strength. That's the best thing that we can do.
Amazing. Identify your strength and work with them.
Exactly.
Doc, it's been an absolute pleasure having you this morning.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Right there. So I'm sure that if you're watching us this morning, you're inspired by her journey, you're inspired by her story, and you also want to make sure that you're reaching higher heights, get to your fullest potential. That is what God created you to be, and that's what you need to be. That's the former president for Mauritius, Dr. Amina Gurib-Fakim, speaking to me this morning here on J Today. We're right back after this break with more. Stick and stay. in the background, setting us into the mood for the weekend. And shortly we'll be getting into another conversation with another musician who is here in another capacity, but that will be for the lifestyle segment. Right, so this morning we're talking the Black Star Experience, and I know you're excited about it as I am, and the coordinator here is here with me in studio, the man Rex Omar. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
It was yesterday I got to know you are Rex. Owusu Marfo?
Yeah, that's my real name. The Omar is a stage name, so right. I took the O from the Owusu and the MAR from the Marfo.
Wow, amazing. You've been branding a long time ago, but how have you been so far?
So far so good.
So far so good. So you are in charge of the Black Star Experience. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, in a nutshell, Black Star Experience is rebranding Ghana through culture, arts and tourism. So this is a special initiative of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama,
right?
To be intentional about positioning Ghana as a cultural hub of Africa and the number one tourist destination in Africa. So that is why this secretariat that I head has been established at the Office of the President to coordinate the interministerial, interagency, so that together we can achieve the outcome of this special policy.
And I know that in the past we've seen some initiatives that seek to do this, to position us. We've always said that we are the gateway to Africa, and so when people want to experience Africa, they need to experience Ghana. What makes the Black Star Experience different from all the other initiatives that we've seen over the past years?
Actually, I don't know if there has been any initiative like the Black Star Experience. What I know is some time ago we tried Brand Ghana.
Yes.
That did not really work. And then there's been initiatives like the Year of Return, which was a one-off event to celebrate the cancellation of the transatlantic 400 years of cancellation of the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes.
And so it was just one-off event. And after that, the previous government also established Beyond the Return, which is also an event that happens in December. But Black Star Experience is a 365 days way of life. It has to do with everything that makes us Ghanaian. So if we are to define it, the Black Star Experience serves as Ghana's leading brand in culture, arts and tourism, and creative engagement, bringing local and international audiences. That is bridging local and international audiences. It embodies all the interactions linked to the renowned and legendary Ghanaian hospitality across various dimensions.
Right.
So that is the definition of what Black Star Experience is.
So it doesn't target a specific aspect. It's holistic.
It's holistic. So this is the Black Star Experience work is to redefine, reaffirm, revitalize, reimagine the essence and identity and the spirit of Ghana to attract people, investment, businesses into the Ghanaian economy. So this is, if anybody wants to know Ghana, you have to know us through the Black Star Experience. What is Black Star Experience? Look at our flag. The red is the blood of our ancestors who fought for this land for us, and the yellow is our natural or mineral resources that symbolizes gold, and then the green is our vegetation. So the black in between is me and you.
Right.
We are the Black Star, and we are inviting the whole world to come and experience us through our culture, arts, and tourism. So we say Black Star Experience: see Ghana, feel Ghana, and enjoy Ghana. But to start with, we have to first see ourselves, because if you don't see yourself, nobody will see you.
Sure.
If you don't feel yourself, nobody will feel you. If you don't enjoy yourself, nobody will enjoy you. So we start with building our self-confidence, believing in ourselves and who we are, embracing our culture, so as to be able to package ourselves and export ourselves through culture, arts, and tourism.
It sounds like a Herculean task, because it's working on the mindset, the psyche of the people here to attract people to now come and know us.
Exactly. Already we've been doing it unintentionally.
Okay.
But this time His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says that, look, it's about time that that is why we use these words like reaffirm. We are being intentional here.
Very.
Revitalize and reimagine the essence, identity, and the spirit of Ghana. To do what? To attract people, investment, and businesses into the Ghanaian economy. Right. So here he's been very, very, very intentional. So we have a strategy. The strategy is we amplify or we create.
Okay.
So we amplify the already existing platforms, events, festivals that we have already, like Beyond the Return, like Pana Fest, like some of the traditional festivals, Hobochocho, Abuacho, all those things. We will have to amplify them. If we have existing festival like Chalawate and private initiatives that are already going on, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just amplify them. And those that we don't have, we create. So we create new ones, like the one we are planning to go and do Intermale Fashion Week. So imagine that every year people will travel around Ghana, around the globe, around Africa, around whatever, to come to Tamale for Fashion Week. What it does to Tamale is it helps to develop.
It will boost the economy.
It will boost the economy, right. Because as people troop into Tamale, there will be the need for us to build more hotels in Tamale.
So the tourism, the hospitality sector.
The hospitality sector will grow.
Wow.
Including the creative economy, because fashion is within the creative economy. It will bring so many things, and it will amplify Tamale. So the Black Star experience, in a sense, is not going to be a centered project in Accra, in Kumasi. No, it's going to go through the whole country, through the regions and the districts. Everybody must feel part of it, because you are a Black Star, I'm a Black Star. How do we shine our Black Star so as to be able to invite the whole world to see us? Right. So that is the whole essence. We have 7 pillars.
Okay.
And our 7 pillars is film through our storytelling.
Because there's been a lot of conversations surrounding that we are not watching authentic content. The last time in the newsroom, my colleagues and I were talking about the fact that we grew up watching the David Dontos and the others, but now all we see are different people. We don't even understand the language they're speaking,
because we have not been intentional about. We have been working like working without our eye, But if you go to any country, for you to see the people, you see the people through their culture, their films, their music. Because we've been neglecting this aspect of our culture and our economy, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says, no, resetting. Reset means go back and recover your steps. So now we're going to be intentional in our filmmaking, in our storytelling, because if we don't do that, other people will create the narrative for us their own way.
Yes.
So now we are going to take charge of our own narrative, tell our own stories the way we want the world to hear us. So then the second thing is music.
Right.
We are going to be deliberate about our music, our high life, and other forms of Ghanaian music, Kapatampa, Osode, Sichi, whatever it is, Bobobo. We are going to be intentional about it, and then create the Ghanaian sound, uniquely Ghanaian, so as to be able to export and consume it ourselves. And then our cuisine. When you go to Owusu here, you will see a lot of sushi bars. What is a sushi bar? It's a Japanese packaged food.
Yeah.
And they've exported to the extent that now Ghana is eating Japanese food. You call something Chinese restaurant. What is Chinese restaurant? Packaged Chinese food. And the Chinese restaurants are all over the world. What are we going to do with our wachi, our kelewele, our jollof, our fufu, banku, all these things? Kusua, that we put egg, that we put pepper in it.
Kusiani meko.
Kusiani meko.
I think if you buy one, you are in trouble.
You see, it's so addictive that you can't stop.
Exactly.
You know, so we need to be intentional about all of these things, starting from home.
Right.
If you're a 5-star hotel and you come to Ghana, don't give me English breakfast. I'm not English. So if you can serve English people their breakfast, you should be able to serve Ghanaian breakfast, which is Hausa Cocoa. And some of these things that we do, you know, so we need to be intentional about these things so as to be able to package what we have, consume some and export some. Then we come to aesthetics. It is only in Ghana that you can see a casket. Somebody is a singer, they'll build his casket like a microphone.
Yes.
Somebody is a guitarist, they build his casket like a guitar. All these things are uniquely Ghanaian. Our sculptures, our painters, our canvas. So all these things are things that we need to actually elevate and amplify. Who is stopping us for us to do Ghanaian exhibition in New York or in Montreal or in Tokyo? So to invite other people to come and see what we have to offer. These are the things that Black Star Experience is set up to do.
Right.
Then we come to our fashion. Starts from our fabrics, our accessories, our clothing, kente, the smoke, the material they use to design or to sew our smoke. It's another form of kente, but the coloring is different. You know, we have the kente, the one that they do at Bonure, and the one that they do in Volta region, and the one that they do in the northern region. All these things are things that we need to be deliberate about. People come to Ghana and they buy our jolomi. How are we going to enhance and mass produce jolomi for export? These are the things that we need to make sure that happens. Now you come to our literature. Now these day and age, people are converting literature into movies and video games. What is stopping us? We had Amatedu.
Yeah.
Ghanaians get up and talk about Chinua Achebe and all these things. What about our Amatedu and most of our writers? Even Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah has a lot of writings. What have we done about it? So we need to be intentional of some of these things. Then, last but not the least, you come to our culture, our heritage, the way our chiefs dress, the regalia, how the culture is deep.
Right.
How have we been able to amplify it? Recently, Otumfo celebrated Akwasi there at the Buckingham Palace. What did we do? Nothing. We should have made a whole world out of it so as to be able to let the whole world hear about Ghana.
Exactly.
So these are things that the Black Star Experience is set up to do, to amplify and then to export who we are out there.
I saw the unveiling and it was beautiful, by the way. And it was very historic also where it was held, among others. I saw the joy on the face of the president when he also was a part of it. So going forward, what should we be expecting?
Let me correct something. The president was not just part of it. He is leading it. It is his initiative.
Right.
You know, so if you heard him saying that the fashion week in Tamale, he is going to be on the catwalk. So it tells you.
I can still not imagine John Dramani Mahama.
And he's going to do it.
Wow.
He's going to do it. He's so serious about this initiative because, you know, people don't know that apart from him being a communicator and a president, he's a creative. He writes books, you know. So he's part of the creative industry. So he's very passionate about this flagship initiative. So he's going to do it. You know, any good project that you want to do, if it comes to, say, events and whatever, it needs a lot of thought through. So as soon as I was appointed, the first thing we needed to do was to define clearly what it is so as to be able to communicate it to Ghanaians, because every Ghanaian must own the Black Star experience. It's not a one-man's business. We have the same culture. We are the same people. We do things in a diverse, different ways. But at the end of the day, it gives color to what we do. Right. So we've done the definition. We had to take a lot of time to design the brand ID as to what is going to represent the Black Star experience. So we've done that, and now the launch. So we've done the launch. So post-launch, what we're going to do, first project is what we spoke about, the Fashion Week
in Tamale,
and then there's going to be other projects. There's one big project coming up that we call Creative Connect. Creative Connect is President Mahama during the campaign said that every year he will want to meet all creatives to speak to us, and then based on his projects we see where we've gotten to, what needs to be done, and all those things, so that he will use that to evaluate where we're going. And this time we're giving an international dimension to the Creatives Connect. We are teaming up with the Inter-African Free Trade Area after. They are bringing some projects to Africa that will go from one country to another. It's about fashion, it's about creative industry, it's about culture and everything. So we are collaborating with them to fuse the Creative Connect as part of the thing. And then it will happen in November. So this is going to bring all the 54 African countries to Ghana, including some people coming from industry, professionals and experts coming from all over the world for the thought leadership aspect of the whole program. We're going to deal with our gastronomy and all that. So it's going to be a major project in November. And then the idea is it will happen 2 times in each Africa country. So they do the first year, they do the second year, then it moves to another African country. We've been able, through our secretariat, we've been able to lobby to push the first one to be held in Ghana.
Wow.
You know, the most important thing is this project, when it happens in your country, they have something that they call legacy project. So they ask, what is the legacy project you want? And we say, yes, we want to set up some powerful record label to be able to push Ghanaian music. So we are talking about it. Now the agreement we've reached agreement to at least host the first one in Ghana. So it's very interesting. November is going to happen. And then also there's going to be a lot of programs during December. There's going to be another star-studded project in 30 December. You know, and I don't want to mention it now. It's because it's going to be launched.
Yes.
And then we also have one project that we are working hard towards. This we veer into sports tourism. We want to bring one of the globally acclaimed European football clubs, their legends, to come and play with the Black Star legends in Accra Sports Stadium and Kumasi Sports Stadium. As an exhibition type of match, entertainment. In fact, in between the first half and the second half, we fix music in there. Just to get Ghana bubbling. And this doesn't stop all the projects that other agencies are doing. GTA, GTDC. I mean, recently you saw GTDC doing nightlife in Accra. All these things are going to come together. We are going to make sure that Beyond Return also happens, and we're amplifying it. Panafest happens in August. We are going to amplify it. So we want the global attention to be on Ghana, because the bottom line is we want to make Ghana the number one sport that everybody want to come. We have the competitive advantage. In terms of stability, we are number one. In terms of peace, we are number one. We are hospitable people. We have most forts and castles and all that. We have a lot of stuff that the world needs to know. We just have to be intentional about it.
So for the creatives who for time past felt that government neglected them and so they did not find their space, what will be your message to them this morning as we talk about this?
I'm just echoing what President Mahama said. This is your time. President Mahama said something that was profound. He says, I'm going to open the gate for you, the creatives. Make sure no one closes it. This was President Mahama's words. He says, I'm going to, if you are a fashion designer, musician, filmmaker, painter, whatever, I am going to open the door for you and make sure nobody closes it. So I'm saying the same thing to all the creatives in Ghana, that this is the best time for us. We should all embrace it and do our best, sharpen our creative juices to be able to make Ghana what we want it to become.
So talk to me about the fashion show in Tamale once again. When is it happening, and who is invited?
It's actually going to happen in July. We are yet to fix the date proper, because we are now in processes of doing recce to locate the site where we want to put that. We want it to be something that's eye-catching.
Of course, the president is coming to be on the
exactly. We want it to be something on a global standard, so that by the next 2-3 years, it will attract everybody to come. So we will come out with exactly the days and where, and we will be inviting all Ghanaian. There are a lot of young, new Ghanaian fashion people, and then the already experienced ones too in Ghana. So we will invite all of them to come and showcase what they have. And then a committee will be put up to make sure that this is done. I mean, don't forget that our own brother KOD has been running some of these things, and he's a diaspora.
Yes.
So we have the juicy, talented people to put this thing together.
Rexoma, thank you so much this morning. And I know you have a huge task ahead for us to brand Ghana and be very, very deliberate about it. But we're grateful for your time. That's Rexoma.
Thank you very much.
He is the coordinator for the Black Star Experience. You are the Black Star. I am the Black Star. Let's come together and make sure that the Black Star truly takes its place on the continent. This is GHOne here on GHOne Television. We have one last interview right after this break. Stick and stay with us. all the beautiful songs that we grew up with. And so the experience, the Inchinchim Experience Kumasi edition is on the 25th of May at the Kumasi City Mall, 99 Lounge. Make sure that you are there to jam to all these wonderful tunes from Inchinchim Band. Now, once you jam into that, and you also make sure that you are fit, you understand. And so, yes, I think somewhere 3 days ago, we talked about something that is happening where you have to celebrate your mom in the best way possible, because, you know, if you're living healthily, you're living longer and you get to stay longer with mama. You know, mama leaving because she's not fit and all of that. And so we'll be having that conversation again. And the guys are here, the people who intimidate me so much. Whenever I see them, I feel like there's something I'm not doing right. Kofi Lang is here. Doc is here.
You look good.
Oh, please, come on. Not compared to you. I mean, I look at you and I'm asking myself, what went wrong? What did I do wrong? I mean, come on. Look at him there.
Listen, I was a naturally born strong man, so I know. Yeah. There's you know, it's a lot of dedication, it's a lot of exercise, it's a lots of things about what you eat. People don't believe it, but actually, it's a lot of things about how do you sleep. You need to make sure you have your 8 hours sleep. How do you manage your stress? Right. So it's so complex things. You know, when you see guys like us, or even bigger guys like us, there's so many things what is going inside. You know, all this wellness package, longevity package. You know, is really like I don't even know. Is like a complete education on it. Right. You know. So, but for us, you know, 50 plus, the basic things. Please make sure you don't stress out too much. Make sure you have your nice sleep. Stay away as much as possible for alcohol, or keep it for the weekends. And watch your diet. Right. Please, more protein than carbs. And go to the gym and exercise.
And that's what the problem is. Going to the gym, it's not painful. You go and by the time you come back, your muscles are all sore. I don't want to go again.
You see, I have the philosophy on that.
Right.
It's better I have the pain now from muscle than a pain later from sickness. You choose your battles.
I didn't expect that. Kofi.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm looking at how your muscles are popping from.
Are you sure? Today I went to the gym to pump some because I knew I was coming on. I was coming on TV.
But I mean, at what point for you did you decide that I need to take this seriously in terms of getting fit?
So, you know, I met these beautiful people, and we put 50 plus Forever Fit as an NGO which has been established in Ghana, because we have a similar journey in terms of our wellness journey, and we also have a similar journey in terms of our dedication to sports and diet and so on. So just to sort of land, the 50 plus Forever Fit is an NGO in Ghana. It's been established for about a year now, and our whole purpose is to educate people over 50 or under 50. We have people who are joining us under 52, just to focus on the wellness side of things. And so under the wellness, we're looking at your diets, we're looking at your exercise, we're looking at your lifestyle. You know, as Zoltan said, you know, we're not saying don't drink alcohol, but, you know, why not just only have it on the weekends? We're not saying don't eat carbohydrates, but why not restrict the amount of carbohydrates you put into your body because it turns to sugar, and so on and so forth. So for me, you know, the more I meet people, the more I am able to educate myself more and understand what is unique to my body type. So one big thing about this journey is not one size fits all. Okay. So we may be similar height, we may be similar weight, but when we actually check certain things, statistics, etc., we might realize that actually your body type is endomorph, ectomorph, mesomorph, which then means that your diet should be slightly different to mine, which then means your exercise regime should also be slightly different to mine, and so on and so forth. So, you know, that has been the exciting part of the journey, actually learning about all of this stuff and discovering how it applies daily.
Doc, I'll come to you, but I just remembered something. If I don't ask Zoltan, I might miss out. So growing up, right, in my neighborhood, what I realized was that there was a bench, guys go there, just and that's the fitness, just that, lifting.
So let me, so you see, so this is a myth that I need to destroy, okay? So the story is, you know, everybody thinks because we look like this, we always go to the gym and we lift. You do not need to go to the gym. You can do your exercise at home. So for example, my journey is I started really seriously taking care of my health in the last 3 years. If you see my photographs 3 years before, I have a guts like this, and I was really overweight, and I was running up on the stairs and catching breath. Now, everything is changed because I changed my diet, I start to exercise, but actually I start my exercise during COVID time a little bit. That's when I introduced to myself the exercise regime. But the stronger one is like the last 3 years. So during COVID time, I was doing home exercise at home. I was doing high intensive interval training. I was doing push-ups. I was doing squats for chairs and everything. Everything was in the house. So this is a myth. You need to actually go to the gym to be fit. No, you don't. You can go out for your walk. You can go back to your house and do your push-ups. You can do your squats, everything. So for example, 3 months ago, I tried to be a hero and I tried to deadlift 200 kilograms, and I got injured in my back so bad, I was in the bed for 3 days.
Wow.
So since then, I promised to myself I won't gonna lift no weights. And I went back to the gym like a month later, and since then, all I do, push-ups, pull-ups, squats. Push-ups, pull-ups, squats. And my body even responded better than when I was lifting weights.
Wow. So it's not just about just lifting, I can lift 200 kilograms, I'm a strong man. It's more to it than that.
But before I continue,
right.
So please, is 80% what you put into your body and 20% what you do with your body. So the most important part of it is the food. It's the same, you have a Porsche car and you put the bad fuel, it won't gonna go nowhere. But as soon as you fill it up with that nice V-power, it's gonna fly.
Right. So now, Doc, let's talk about what is happening this weekend. You didn't bring me a T-shirt. I feel left out. But it's the March for Moms.
Yeah.
The 5K.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, bright and early on the University of Ghana Legon campus, we are going to be embarking upon a historical first annual March for Moms.
Wow.
So it's going to be a time where the community comes out, the beneficiaries of the march, because this is our annual fundraiser. Not only is it 50 plus for every fit and the community work that we do with our monthly meetups, but also the St. Paquita Foundation. And this is a home for girls and women, and some of them have been there for more than a decade. And they have been nurtured in this environment, coming from homes that were not good homes, coming from situations that were not good situations. Some of them come from sex trafficking, abuse, those kinds of things. So the founder of the home, Peter, he has put together this home. And when you see these girls, you can tell that they are coming from a place of humbleness and love. Whenever I'm around them, I see that, they are happy. And they are living in an environment where it's not what they have, but it's who they're with. And so we chose this particular foundation because we saw the need in what they don't have. And so we decided to make them the recipients of our fundraiser this year. I know here on GHOne that the commercial has been running. So I hope that those who see the commercial want you to know that if by chance you can't come out tomorrow, and we will be on the University of Legon campus starting at 7 for registration. The walk commences at 8 a.m. And then we also have vendors that will be doing health screenings. We have a physiotherapist that will be providing massage therapy and looking at the bodies. We have massage therapists that are going to be there. We have healthy food and drink that is going to be there too. So it's going to be just a whole morning of good. Yes. And like I said, this is right. And this is a community effort. We have a lot of great sponsors from the community that have decided that this is worth being a part of. We have donations from Bellaqua, the Blow Group. We have donations from Quick Mart. in Jolu. We have donations from UCT over off of Spentex, and they believe in what it is that we're doing. The university, the Embassy of Hungary, which is where Zoltan is from, they donated to the cause as well. And we truly do appreciate all of the sponsors that have come forward. Did I say Campugana? They have donated some things for the march, and who else?
Decaf.
Okay, Decaf. And
Matrix and Fitri.
The Matrix and the Rich Gym. So this is really a community effort, and we want to invite everybody to come out and be a part of it. And like I said, if you cannot come, we are accepting donations as well.
Yes.
Donations can be sent via Momo, and the number is 0533557263. And the name that shows up is Stephen Omono.
Okay.
Yes.
So you see Stephen, you know it's the right number.
Exactly. Right. So 0533557263. Okay. But we would love to see everybody out.
Just to add to it quickly, there is also Obatampa Clinic located in East Logon, who are the ones who will be present to do the health screening.
Amazing. So why should people be there tomorrow?
Oh, it's going to be fun. You're going to be able to socialize with all of us.
Yes.
See the big guys.
No, we're not just there to show muscles.
Right.
But we expect it to be, our anticipations is that people are coming out to have a good time.
Yes.
They're coming to meet people, socialize. You'd be surprised how many new engagements you make when you go to fitness events, even from a business perspective. So there is that side of things too. And these beautiful, colorful T-shirts. We're going to paint the streets. Can you imagine everybody wearing a different color?
Very colorful.
Through Legon early morning. And also to mention that the scenery there is just beautiful. If you haven't walked, run, or cycled in Legon, this is something you must do. The streets are clean, and it's just great fresh air, and obviously the wilderness is also good. You've got birds and animals and bushes all over.
Ecologically sound.
That's it.
Zoltan, I'll give you 30 seconds to also wrap it up for me. Why should people be there tomorrow?
Why not? What else you can do on Saturday morning?
Exactly.
I mean, come on. It's just the best location, and it's just the best time, to appreciate your mother, bring her on our own, walk with her, just enjoy the nature and enjoy the company of those people who are going to be around you. And of course, we want to meet with the 50 plus team. If you have any question for us, we can give you some answers straight away. And don't forget, this is all for donation for those poor girls who are looking for a better future.
Right. All right, guys. Okay, Doc, briefly.
Last thing, let me just also mention the website as well. So we are online, and that is www.5050plusgh.org. O-R-G.
Fantastic. Right. So that's Dr. Ikiagri, Administrative Director, 50 Plus Forever Fitness. Kofi Leng, Vice President, 50 Plus Forever Fitness. And Zoltan Toth, he is the CEO of 50 Plus Forever Fitness. Tomorrow morning, University of Ghana campus, we are there.
Yes.
All right, guys, let's do some birthdays. It's the 9th of May, 2025. I know it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Kodjo Mensah. Do have a wonderful day.